What does that infer?
So meaning, it's like, why are we here and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what she was mentioning, right? Yeah, the purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that you wake up in the morning knowing what you're gonna be doing during the day.
Yeah. Why am I here? Alhamdulillah. What do we? Interesting. What do we say when we wake up? By the way. Yeah. Huh? Shukr Allah. Yeah, that's for sure. But what's the dua that Nizam taught us? Yeah. أحيانا بعدما أماتنا وإليه النشور. So the very first thing Prophet used to think about is number one, Alhamd. Alhamdulillah. I even exist, and then الذي أحيانا brought us back to life after he had put us into a state of death, actually. As they say, we say in Arabic, al-nawm ukht al-maut. It's a kind of death. Your soul is kind of like separated. You're in another world, as it were. So many people go to sleep and they never wake up. In fact, that is the ultimate for them. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in His mercy, when we wake up, we find ourselves once again alive. Once again, خِلْفَةً لِمَنْ أَرَادَ أَنْ يَذَّكَّرَ أَوْ أَرَادَ شُكُورًا. خِلْفَةً, the day and the night. You go through the day, then there's a rest and a break, a cut off in the night. Another day begins. So another chance, another sort of, opportunity to refresh one's determination, one's intention, one's objective. Otherwise, if it was just a consistent, ongoing, maybe 10 years might go, wait a minute, am I really on the right course? So every day we're supposed to be reviewing this. الذي أحيانا بعدما أمات وإليه النشور. Back to Him we're going to be risen. So that being the first thing that we think about, I'm going back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if not today, tomorrow. Definitely. So what can I do today to get ready for that? That's what we're doing. So if we have that purpose in front of us, that's what real vision is. Long-term vision, eternally. Khair. Okay, what else? Any other takeaways from yesterday? It was about a 2-hour session. I'm hoping there's more takeaways than that, inshallah. Yeah.
Sheikh, we weren't here yet. Sheikh, we weren't here yet last night, so we don't know what was said. But one of the things that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala gives us for meaning in life is the Quran, which is the word of Allah, and Salat, which is Allah Himself through our Nabi, the love letter to our Nabi, speaking to us 5 times a day minimum.
Wonderful. Well, we deal with those things in the first module that we actually practice, try and develop ourselves like that. That's what we do. Allah give us all tawfiq. Yeah.
I think towards the end we start getting into this, and we might develop it more today.
Mm-hmm.
But just really being mindful and aware of taking care of the environment we have, because at the end of the day, it is our responsibility as khulafa of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And since we are slaves of Allah, if we don't have this earth, then how can we serve Him?
Yeah. We might wake up one day and find we don't have a Maidan anymore. So that's the way it's getting now. And for many people, that's in fact exactly what's happening. They're waking up and their world is gone. By various, and we'll talk about that a bit more. Okay, so I think we better start because it's already 11:30. This workshop, by the way, or this training, if you like, workshop, we're going to call it, generally we take 2 to 3 days, full days. And because there's a lot that we need to cover, there's a lot going on, so there's a lot to cover. But we have around 4 hours. We had 4.5 hours, and now we have 4. So we'll try and select, areas. And so first of all, let's look at and get an overview. So number 1, man's vice regency of the earth and its implications. khulafa of the earth, as we mentioned yesterday. What is that? Let's look at the Quran. What does it say about that? What does the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam tell us about that? Environment between gratitude and responsibility. One is to be grateful and one is to be responsible. So what does that infer? What does that, bring upon us in terms of action? Dimensions of environment. So it's not just, the physical environment. Can I suggest that the people in the back, if you need to be in the back, or can you come up and join us so that we feel a sense of connectivity? Yeah, I appreciate that. Brother, would you like to come up? Yeah, then we can, no need to be afraid of them. I don't attack people who join my. I'm very grateful that you're here. Jazakumullah khair. And earth and its resources, use or abuse. And so we're going to look at these main areas: trees, specifically, water, food, energy, waste. Okay. Practical steps for improving the environment resource management. What can we do? As we mentioned yesterday, well, it's not my, it's the government's responsibility. What can I do? We can do a lot. If we look at it and we think about it. And then we're going to try and introduce permaculture, which is a system that can really bring about much of, if not all of what we've been talking about. A system which is already up and running, it's produced results, and so we'll look at that, inshallah. Okay, from unsustainable environment destruction, what we have today, moving towards sustainable environmental abundance. And it's all doable. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil mursaleen wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, what does he say? A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Wa qala rabbuka lil malaika inni ja'ilun fil ardi khalifa. And remember, who should remember? All of us, every mukhatab, everyone who's addressed by this ayah should remember when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to the angels, I am placing on the earth a khalifa, a vice regent. It's responsible. Okay? So if he's responsible for establishing the order of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the earth, then since the earth is the place where this is going to take place, he's responsible for the earth as well. Right? The committee of the masjid, or they're not only responsible for activities that take place here in the masjid, they're responsible for the infrastructure itself. If we don't have a masjid, then we can't have all of these activities, right? So similarly, the earth and all the abundance that also, and everything that we need, we haven't made the earth, the sufficiency for amwatan, for the alive and for the dead. But as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has set it up, and if we go about destroying it, showing ingratitude, then we have no one to blame other than ourselves. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given everything that we need. وهو الذي جعل لكم خلائف الأرض ورفع بعضكم فوق بعض درجات ليبلوكم فيما آتاكم. And to see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made you vice regents, successors of the earth. So Khalifa is basically someone who comes after. Khalifa. He came after. So the mere fact that you have a generation coming after another generation, that is khalaif. But being that we're human beings, we don't just proceed generation after generation. The responsibility of the former generations comes on the latter generations. Something that is becoming totally, oblivious. The generations, the present generation, subhanAllah, a generation in where there's divorce of everything that has meaning, that's what's going on. That's the trend. Allah save us all. And raise some of you above others. Why? To test you in that which He has given you. So every situation that we find ourselves in, everything that Allah has given, it's a test. And every situation we find ourselves, it's a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in hadith, إِنَّ الدُّنْيَا حَلْوَةٌ خَضِرَةٌ وَإِنَّ اللَّهَ مُسْتَخْلِفُكُمْ فِيهَا فَيَنْظُرْ كَيْفَ تَعْمَلُونَ. Indeed, the world is luscious and green. Everyone's enamored by the world, and literally and also virtually, So the actual creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala within the, on the planet being luscious and green, and the benefits that people perceive that they can acquire from the world and what is in it. For example, here in Silicon Valley, it used to be a valley of trees and abundance, natural abundance. Now it's full of silicon. And that brought with it all that it brought with it. So that also, to many, is luscious and green. Greenbacks. So yes, that's how it's perceived, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made it like that. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made you responsible for it. And verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has conferred upon you the stewardship therein. Why? See how you will act therein. How are you going to deal with it? Allah. So let's look at the earth. وَلَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ مِنْ سُلَالَةٍ مِنْ طِينٍ. And verily did we create man from the quintessence of clay. And if you look at the human being, everything that he has in his body, every element, it goes back to the earth. So we are actually connected intrinsically to the earth. We are from it. And we will go back to it. مِنْهَا خَلَقْنَاكُمْ وَفِيهَا نُعِيدُكُمْ وَمِنْهَا نُخْرِجُكُمْ تَارَةً أُخْرَى. We came from the earth, we're going back into the earth, and from it we will be risen once again for ourselves. So humans are made from the earth. وَجُعِلَتْ لِي الْأَرْضُ مَسْجِدًا وَطَهُورًا. Very interesting. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made for me, this is the saying of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, this is from the khasa'is of this ummah, the special favors of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for this ummah, the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that He has made the entire earth as a masjid and a purification. So, in terms of tahara, in terms of being able to offer our prayers anywhere on the earth, and the fact that it's clean and tahir, and we may do that. We don't need a special place, a special building, or a special area. Anywhere on the earth is clean and pure, and also it infers that if the entire earth is a masjid, then the sanctity that we give to a masjid, we should, in that case, be giving to the entire earth. Can anyone create an earth like that? That is created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And all of the khasa'is, all of the specialities and idiosyncrasies of the earth. So if we look at the earth as being sanctified, like being one, the earth is a big masjid. So that changes the whole perspective, right? So we as Muslims, when we hear about this, environmental and eco-awareness and all of this, we should have been long ago on the forefront of anything that has to do with any of these. Everything else, we find ourselves in the very end, if concerned whatsoever. So we need to raise our awareness of these things and our participation and activism in it. So the earth is a masjid. The earth is a masjid. So everything in it is sacred. وَلَقَدْ مَكَّنَّاكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ وَجَعَلْنَا لَكُمْ فِيهَا مَعَايِشَ قَلِيلًا مَا تَشْكُرُونَ. We have established you in the earth and provided for you therein livelihoods. Indeed, little is your thankfulness. The diversity of livelihoods, just think about that. There's almost as much diversity in livelihoods as there is in numbers of peoples. If you think about it, we really see this in Pakistan. Nothing goes to waste. Everything is recycled. Only human beings die. Everything else gets recycled. I think they'll probably figure out some way. Now they're probably figuring out how to recycle human beings. That's the next project. Interestingly, there was years ago, I saw this article which really stunned me, actually. There was this fellow in England, it was on BBC, I remember this. And this fellow, he says, well, what's going to happen is that ultimately they're going to, uncover the secrets of longevity and means and wherewithal to actually achieve that. And it's just a matter of time when they do that. So the idea is to stay alive until they actually are able to do that. So therefore, all I have to do is remain alive, and then I hope that I can live for 1,000 years. He said, actually, 1,000 years. Does that ring a bell? يود أحدكم أن يعمر 1000 سنة وما هو بمزحزحه عن So one of them would love to live there for 1,000 years, but it won't help them, once the time comes. So it's interesting. So he says, so I have to really be careful that I can, sustain until they come up with all of that. So he's drinking like 20 cups of green tea every day and taking all these supplements so he can. Okay, suppose he lived for 1,000 years, then what? So whoever Allah lets do it straight is nothing at him. وَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ وَإِن كَفَرْتُمْ مِنْ عَذَابِي لَشَدِيدٌ. Verily, if you are grateful, I will increase my bounties to you. And if you are thankless, indeed, my chastisement is severe. So if you think of all His bounties in the earth and everything in it, all bounties, innumerable, uncalculable. So if we show our gratitude, and showing gratitude is not simply by the tongue, that is part, feeling of the heart, and utilizing the resource in the way that Allah wants it to be used. This is a complete program of shukr, gratitude. فكفر بأنعم الله فذاقها الله لباس الجوع والخوف بما كانوا يصنعون. And if we don't show gratitude, then we have these examples of the former people. And they were thankless of Allah's bounties, so He clothed them in the cloak of hunger and fear. Do we have that today? Despite the fact that we ostensibly have more resources, more technology, more everything, we should have wiped out hunger and fear long ago. But as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَالْعَصْرِ إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ لَفِي خُسْرٍ. You might have whatever technology you have, whatever resources you have, unless you have iman, amal salih, tawassi bil haq, tawassi bil sabr, you're going to be in loss, and that's how we are. So being thankless of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's bounties is going to attract, the chastisement and the anger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which will personify in hunger and fear and trials and tribulations, that we may return back. إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْمُرُكُمْ أَن تُؤَدُّوا الْأَمَانَاتِ إِلَىٰ أَهْلِهَا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands you to deliver the trust to their owners. The earth belongs to who? لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ. That's why, this is, it's my money, it's my this, it's my family, it's my car, it's my property, it's my body. That really gets me. It's my body, I do with it what I want. My God, you created it. You have anything to do with it, you control anything. When you're any organ in your body, do you have any control over it whatsoever? Then what are you talking about? Your body. You have nothing to do with creating it. You have nothing to do with sustaining it. You have been given it as a trust. It is an amana. You will have to give it back to its owner and give an account of how you used it. So just as we have that with our body, therefore there's another, aspect of what we talked about, physical health, because this is an amana. We don't take care of the amana. The company is giving this laptop. I don't care about it. I leave it out in the rain and the sun, and I let my kids mess with it and ruin it. So am I accountable for that or not? Absolutely. So this body doesn't belong to me, it belongs to us. If I don't take care of it, it's not like it's just like nice to be healthy. We have to take care of the body because it's an amana. So what about the greater environment? That's also Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's property. It is an amana in our hands, it's a trust in our hands. And this one says we'll have to deliver it back to the owners. And so we'll have to hand it all back over to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And He's the warith, He is the one who will inherit everything and everyone on the earth and what it contains. So, لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ. And of course, to Allah belongs all that is in the sky and that is in the earth. It's His. And we have been only made custodians thereof and responsible. إِنَّ أَوْلَ مَا يُسْأَلُ الْعَبْدُ عَنْهُ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ مِنَ النَّعِيمِ أَنْ يُقَالَ لَهُ ألم نسح لك جسمك ونرويك من الماء البارد. The first thing the slave will be asked about on the day of judgment regarding amenities, the things that we enjoyed in the world, is that it will be said, did we not grant health to your body? We created the body, we gave you health. How did you use that? and quench your thirst with cold water. Great ni'mat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you don't have cold water, if you don't have water, period, where are you going to get it? As we mentioned, okay, the water is just hydrogen and oxygen. There's plenty of both. So just put them together, H2O, 2 parts of hydrogen, 1 part of oxygen, put it together, and you should have no issue. Well, they haven't been able to do it until now, because it's not in our hand, it's in the hand of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will ask us about all of this. How did we, the very simple, things that we take for granted. Well, when we don't have them, then we'll understand, their importance and their significance. Allah give us understanding before that. So there's a fellow by the name of Abdurrahim, Ibrahim, and he wrote a book which I would suggest that if you're interested in this, I don't know if you've ever seen this book. And Ibrahim Abdul Mateen, and it's called Green Deen. And it's been very helpful in this presentation as well. Green Deen. It's an Afro-American brother who's also into permaculture and all of these things, a Muslim brother. And actually they tried to start a community somewhere around here on the West Coast, I think as well, and they didn't pan out and they went to the East Coast. I think they had a lot of difficulties with that kind of threatening or something like that. Anyway, but nevertheless, I've not met the person, but I really have a great admiration. The book is stellar. So a lot of what I've mentioned here is, it's very helpful. So he has mentioned these 6 principles. He says 6 principles of Green Deen. Green Deen, okay? Number 1, understanding the oneness of Allah and its reflection in His creation. So Tawheed, obviously, is the first principle of everything. And when we look at Tawheed, if Allah is the sole creator and sustainer and controller, then that means the entire creation is His creation, and congruent to what we've been talking about and discussing. So looking at the creation, this is Allah's creation. I'm His creation. I've been made to store it. And so all of this with the reflection of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the responsibility and correlation, between all of these concepts with the concept of Tawheed. We're just discussing, with the Qazi, all of these concepts, any kind of equity that we would hope to see on the planet, you're not going to see it unless you have taqwa. Hudan lil muttaqeen. The Quran itself is not going to guide except the people of taqwa. Hudan lil muttaqeen. Yudhil bihi kathira wa yahdi bihi kathira. Many people are misguided through the Quran. The skewed perception and with shaitan's sort of prodding, you twist the meanings all around and you come up with anything you want. So unless a person has Allah consciousness, taqwa, even the system of Islam doesn't work. It works for people of taqwa. The Quran works for people of taqwa. It's not going to help people who don't have taqwa. So therefore, all of these concepts, if people don't have taqwa, and taqwa is, first of all, having this concept of Tawheed, Allah, the one and the only. Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad. As-Samad. All are in need of Him, He's in need of no one. And to Him we'll have to return and give an account. And thereafter, looking about, and seeing signs of Allah. We live in this, number one, we live in concrete. We're usually, most of our 24 hours a day, we're surrounded by, the sort of fabrication of humans in houses, in institutions, in offices. We hardly get any time to get outside and experience Allah's, beauty. And those who live in California, really, we really need to take advantage of this. This was one of the things that I used to do when I was, before I accepted Islam. And I'm in Southern California, but I used to, actually as a professional musician, musicians, they work for a while and they get time off. And so whatever time I would get off, I would finish my gig and I would come up here, usually to Big Sur. And I would just go and camp up there, just meditate and do yoga and fast, whatever, I knew about from different other disciplines, and that grounding, that's actually This was a very favorite exercise of mine. And we find a lot of people, that came towards this path by reflecting on the creation. There has to be a creator, So seeing the signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala everywhere. And we actually have in our first module of spiritual Rouhani training, we have a training of tafakkur. How do we do that? We need to actually start looking at everything with the ayn. We say the ayn al-basira, look at everything and see Allah's hikmah, His qudrat, His ni'mat in everything. Right? So we need to start looking at everything around us with this type of vision. And number 3, having this consciousness that we are the steward, the khalifa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the earth. And 4th, honoring the covenant and trust, the amana with Allah to be protectors of the planet. He's taken this covenant from us, in fact, and moving towards justice and, justice with the planet, justice with the people who live on it, justice with the resources, etc. As I mentioned probably yesterday, people complain there's not enough resources for it. This whole, a lot of these conspiracy theories, these vaccinations and all, they're trying to get rid of a lot of the population and things like that. But actually, it's not that far-fetched, because that's when you don't believe in Allah's raziqiyah, you don't believe that Allah is, going to provide for everyone. So you start seeing the physical resources, and hey, it looks like there's not enough. So man, being greedy by nature, if he doesn't have taqwa, he doesn't have foresight. So when he says, okay, me, so how I can consolidate everything for me? And as a result of that, that 1% is getting to be 0.1%, and then it will be 0.1100%, the haves and the have-nots, right? So moving towards justice, and again, justice will be established when people have this cognizance of responsibility and accountability. We're going to be asked, We're going to be asked about, all of these things. So moving towards justice, moving, towards a just and equitable system in all of these areas, and living in balance with nature. I'tidal, mizan, very important theme in Islam in every, aspect of it. Moderation, balance. So these are some principles that, can sort of be guiding principles, in our effort to bring about environmental responsibility. So Green Deen is practicing Islam while affirming the relationship between Iman and environment, a spiritual and scientific path. For example, you have environmentalists that, they see the physical, aspect of all this, but we see something which we should be seeing something far beyond that. When we plant the seed, so we plant the seed because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us this, and we celebrate that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us this capacity and this knowledge to do so, to cultivate. But all we do is put the seed. Who spits? Inna Allah falikul habbi wan nawa. Who spits that seed and brings out the sprout and brings out, you see in the cement. Have you ever seen this? A blade of grass pushing through cement. We can't push through it with our hands, but this absolutely, delicate and fragile little sprout just by Allah's order, pushes through rocks. Subhanallah. So we see everything with it in a different light. We connect all of the environment and whatever is happening in it to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's a spiritual as well as a scientific path. And so, as we mentioned, our concept of the environment is not simply the physical. That is, it is part of our, just like the human being is physical and he's a soul. And without the soul, his physical existence, ceases to have significance. So the spiritual, environment that we have, the moral and ethical environment that we have, which of course Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, through the implementation of Islam, brings all of these things to life within the physical context of the human being, or in the context of the community, or in the context of the earth. So let's look at the earth. The trees. First thing we're going to look at in the earth is trees. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions a wonderful, parable. أَلَمْ تَرَ كَيْفَ ضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا كَلِمَةً طَيِّبَةً كَشَجَرَةٍ طَيِّبَةٍ. Did you not see how Allah sets forth a beautiful parable? The goodly world like a goodly tree. We have a whole exercise. If you remember yesterday, I showed you that diagram of the tree and all the branches of Sharia and all the branches of Ibadat, Mu'amalat, Mu'asharat, Adab, Akhlaq. And it's nurtured by Dawat and Ta'aleem and Tarbiyah and the development of the tree of Ubudiyah, which ultimately gives fruit to all these beautiful attributes and actions. Nevertheless, the analogy is a tree. So the Iman itself is likened to a tree, and the trees also are the basis of the whole ecosystem on the physical earth. Very interesting. ما من مسلم يغرس غرسا أو يزرع زرعا فيأكل منه طير أو إنسان أو بهيمة إلا كان له به صدقة. Never does a Muslim plant a tree or crop from which a bird or person or animal eats therefrom, except it is credited as a charity for him. That's why you find in Muslim lands, people really don't have much problem of poachers. It's there, take, generally it's an open, they would be happy to have people come and partake because they're getting sadaqah. I'm earning more than had I actually sold it in the market. So it's a very wonderful thing. Now, even more amazing is this hadith. إذا قامت الساعة وفي يد أحدكم فسيلة فليغرسها. If the hour of Qiyamah begins and in the hand of any of you is a sapling tree, what will you say? Forget it. Qiyamah, what's the point? No, plant it. Why? What's the point? Qiyamah, everything's going to be destroyed along with the sapling. So why would Islam tell us to plant it? What do you think? Yeah.
Intention.
Huh?
Intentional.
Intention.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What else? Huh? Well, it's going to come to an end right then because it's Qiyamah. But nevertheless, yes, it's a sadaqah jariyah. It would ostensibly be had it been time. Yeah.
It's something that can provide shade, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows this, and the intention of the person, as the brother said.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What else? Yeah.
Also, show a fair best. So if you're gonna plant a seed, we don't really know when your grandma is, so planting a seed before your grandma, even if it happened like that, it's like trying your best.
Perhaps the whole idea here is that Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is emphasizing how important trees are. And since trees are the basis of the whole ecosystem, then the planting of it is a virtuous act, extremely virtuous act. And not only the people, as we're going to see, not only people are going to eat from the tree, people and but the whole ecosystem, the basis of the whole ecosystem is trees. And that's why this deforestation is not a small issue, it's a huge issue. We destroy the trees, we destroy the environment. Totally. And we're going to see how important that is. So the act of planting trees is so important that even if it's Qiyamah, nevertheless, the trend is so important, just do it. This is though you're going to offer salat or you're going to give sadaqah or Islam or whatever, to plant that tree, because the planting of it itself is a virtuous action. Because of the, inferring the huge, virtue of trees and their importance. So what's the function of trees? So what do they do? Oh, well, we eat from them. Oh, we get shade from them. We don't realize it's the foundation of the ecosystem. Air purification. If there's no trees, where do we get our oxygen from? It's interesting. We breathe in oxygen and give out what? Carbon dioxide. They eat carbon dioxide and give us oxygen. So we chop them all down, and what do we breathe after that? Okay. Of course, all plants do that. The trees on a mega scale. Okay, air purification, oxygen supply. attracts cloud formation. People don't know that. Therefore, when you find, when they start cutting the trees, you'll find, because the trees actually attract the formation of the clouds. So now the clouds are not going to form. So it's a vicious cycle. You cut down the trees, the clouds don't form, there's more drought, there's more destruction of the trees, and it becomes a vicious cycle. But you plant more trees, it attracts more clouds, more rain, and it's a virtuous cycle. That's why this mass forestation is a very important issue. We should be doing that. You know, it really alarms me here in Northern California, anywhere, all over California, but especially here in North. I see all of these ranges of hills, barren. You notice that? They should all have trees on them. We're really losing a lot. And then when rain does come, which is very seldom, and one of the reasons we have so much drought is because the loss of forestation. Now, if we plant trees, it's going to do a number of things. One is going to attract, perhaps, inshallah, more clouds and more rain, and then it will also, when the rain comes, it will contain that rain. Otherwise, now the rain comes on these, when it does come on these barren hills, it just washes all the, it just erodes, and it's destructive rather than being constructive and beneficial. So water retention in trees and the soil. The trees themselves retain a huge amount of water because of the root systems. It also attracts and contains huge amounts of water around the tree itself. And as this retention process, increases, then your aquifers, underneath the ground, start rising, and we have much better situation all around. Synergy with the elements. It's not just, you've got the trees above, and you've got the root systems, you've got the fungi, you've got bacteria, you've got other species, other insects. So many things are going on revolving around the tree. So when we cut a tree, it's a disaster. That's why it's a sin to cut trees unnecessarily. So synergy with elements above the ground and below the ground as well. There's as much happening under the ground, if not more, than what's happening above the ground with trees. Prevention of erosion and landslides. In Pakistan, classical, textbook example. We have in Chetral, we have in Gilgit and all these places, these landslides get worse every year. Why? Because there's no trees. To cut down all the trees. You only see those mountains, they're barren. You're just asking for it. So, prevention of erosion, landslides, development of soil. The trees themselves develop soil. Because of the process, the growth of the tree, it develops, particularly the development of nitrogen in the soil. The legume types of trees, they put nitrogen, they put other elements into the soil. So the development of the soil and all the good elements that grow around the roots in the soil and the whole system. Promotes growth of diverse plant species, also to grow around the trees. Habitat for innumerable beneficial species, animals, insects, birds, By the way, how many of you have trees in your yard or nearby? Do you ever notice in the early morning after Fajr until sunrise, and then just before Maghrib, what are the birds doing? Huh? Chirping? Did you say they're chirping? They're doing tasbih. كلهم قد علم الصلاة وتسبيحه. That's their masjid. They're doing this tasbih, and they never forget. They never forget about it. They never sleep past it. They never get busy in it. They are going to be on their job. And that's what they do. So if we cut down that tree, also it's like cutting down a masjid for these birds. They're about it. They're doing so all of these species, animals, fungi, bacteria, this. So you can see this is the various parts of the tree. Every part of this tree has unlimited things going on. The top of the tree, so much is going on, the roots and everything in between. So, what we generally do when we have 2-3 days to do this training, so we have you make breakaway groups and think about what can we do. So, just to kind of conserve on time, but still to have somewhat of an exercise. So what can we do as individuals? We need more trees, folks, so what can we do? And perhaps we can all make an intention to do something specific from today, yeah,
Start in your own house and like your
Absolutely.
backyard gardening, planting.
get some trees, start planting some trees, yeah. What else? As a family,
Grow your own vegetables.
grow your own vegetables, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
If you live in the city, try to keep them from, if you live in the city, try to keep them from, if you live in the city, try to keep them from cutting trees down.
yeah, as a neighborhood, we can form alliances, we can, engage in activism, try and identify, projects that, from the positive side, where we can actually, there's a fellow by the name of Ron Finley. Check this guy out, Ron Finley. He's called the guerrilla gardener. You ever heard of him?
Yes.
Who's heard of him? Yeah. Ron Finley, this guy is great. He's out of Los Angeles. And he lives in South Central Los Angeles. I mean, the most, it's just terrible down there. They got more, he says more people drive from the drive-ins than the drive-bys, murders and, the drive-ins, it's all fast food, there's no decent things to eat, it's just.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا
Right. Okay, so Ron Finley, just look him up and you can see, he's got a TED Talk that just gives an overview of his own project. But what they've done basically is they have, in the inner cities, they have started planting. He says, I'm an artist. My art is growing things on the ground. Beautiful stuff. And he's got these, food forests growing in these empty lots. And also, like you've got this area, which, we have in all these cities, in America. We've got that, like your front lawn, and then you've got the sidewalk, and then you've got that little strip of grass usually. So that's actually the people of the community are supposed to look after that. So what he did is he started planting vegetables there, And then somebody complained, and there was a case, and they wanted to stop him. Why do you want to stop me? And ultimately, of course, they won the case, alhamdulillah, and then so they've done a wonderful thing. So we can do things like that, start planting things, if we see that there's like these big developers and whatnot, they're coming in and destroying these areas and whatnot, so we can get involved, see what's positives and support those initiatives. If we see that there's negative, initiatives that are going to adversely affect them, get involved, Amar bil Ma'ruf, Nahy anil Munkar. It's not just, Salat and so on. All of these issues, very critical to humanity, right? Okay, let's look at water a little bit. Basis of life, essential of survival, instrument of purification. 3 huge, any one of them would have been sufficient to make it sanctified. It's the basis of life. In height, everything depends upon water for life. No water, no life. Essential for survival, obviously. And an instrument of purification. Tahara, wudu, etc. وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ. We made from water every living thing. وَأَنزَلْنَا مِنَ السَّمَاءِ مَاءً أَحْيَا بِهِ الْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ مَوْتِهَا. And he sent down from the sky water and brought the earth back to life after its death. I don't know how many of you have noticed this, probably you would have seen, hopefully. You can be in there, for example, in the place where I live, my house in Karachi is a very arid, semi-arid area. Sometimes it would go a year or two without any rain. The whole place, the whole landscape is absolutely barren. There's nothing. It's just dirt, that's it. A rain comes and these different types of vegetation start sprouting up. The earth was dead, there was nothing living. And just this sending of the rain, all of these amazing plants you see come up out of the ground. So Allah brings back to life. And therefore, since he brings the earth back to life, it's not difficult for him at all to bring human beings back to life. And he gives this analogy again and again. It's all easy for Allah, and nothing's harder or more easy for Allah. It's all just his desire and his wish, and it happens. وَأَنزَلْنَا مِنَ السَّمَاءِ مَاءً طَهُورًا. We send down from the sky pure water. It's pure itself. We say طاهر مطهر. It's pure in and of itself, and it cleanses and purifies other things. We use it for food, we use it for cleansing ourselves. And so many purification processes depend upon water. So it's the basis of life, essential for survival, instrument of purity, water. It's ayat. It's not an ayat, not a sign. It's so many things. Life, for the spirit, for the body, for the community. It's beautiful. Anything more beautiful than the ocean? A beautiful lake, the serenity, the beauty, subhanAllah. And 70% of the earth is water. So then we say, so what's the big problem? If there's so much water all around, then why everybody's, what's the hue and cry? Well, 97.5% is salty water, which we can't use. That's also amazing. Why, and where and how we have all these oceans with all this salt? Where did that salt come from? Is there salt mines in the bottom of the ocean? Where did this come from? SubhanAllah. And then we have these huge lakes in the interior of the earth. There's no salt in this. So, okay, in any rate, 97.5% of the water is salty, brackish. Not only the water of the sea, but the water that comes from the earth, a lot of it is brackish. It's also very salty. It's not usable as it is. So 2.5% is fresh. And out of that 2.5% that's fresh, 2/3 of that is frozen. Glaciers in the mountains. So we can't use that as well. So where does that remain? 1% remains for our survival. We think we don't have all that. There's 1% of all that water is there for us to actually use. It's available for use. So it's the basis of life. It's a shared resource. So it needs responsible use because life, in terms of life and abundance, irresponsible use, you're going to get death and destruction. And that's exactly what we see now. So the World Health Organization says 3.6 million die yearly of water-related diseases, 84% children between the ages of 1 to 14. Irresponsible use of water and other elements which springing about, the toxicity in the water and the pollution of the water, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 84% diarrhea from unsafe water. And why the water is unsafe? Osman didn't send it down unsafe. He sent it down pure. We have polluted it. We have destroyed it. We have filled it full of toxins. Women in developing countries walk an average of 6 kilometers for water. Ladies of the United States, think about that. And many of the ladies, I would imagine, have come from countries where you've seen this. In my village, where in Pakistan, the ladies, they come out on the street and they have their big containers. They wait for the water to come on the street. They fill these containers, go back to their homes. So maybe they're not walking 6 kilometers, but inside, that's on the main road. They don't have running water in their houses. In the whole area that I live, there's no running water, period. It all comes in by trucks. No running water. Thousands of people, then there's no water supply. Trucks. And that trucking water supply is a huge mafia, very unjust system, and they're just taking advantage. So this is what happens when we don't have taqwa and we don't have responsibility. Then everyone, then that concept of justice, it's just not there. So water management, individuals. We gave you. Who remembers the example we gave yesterday about wudu? Does anybody remember that? Yeah. What was that?
So basically, it was about conserving water, so that water or what do we call it? Water or something else usable for.
Did anybody try that? Yeah, did you try that? We can do that actually. We say, what can I do? For example, rather than just let all that water run down the drain and go into the sewage system. Okay, it gets here at least most of it is, that's a good part of it gets recycled. But why? That's potable water. That's drinkable water. By the way, the water that comes out of the tap in most places, it's as good or better than this bottled water. We're going to talk about this bottled water thing. Another dilemma. The consumerism. It's just overall and overwhelmed everyone. So if we just take from our tap, we just put a bucket. For example, I'm in my hotel. So what do? So in the hotel, they have these ice buckets, So I just take that ice bucket and I put it under the tap, and I just make my own water. Otherwise, I'm going to use 3 or 4 times more water just running the tap. Why waste the water? So we can do that in our ghusl. There's another big problem. And it's amazing here in the West. Before we just used to have a bucket, and you have and you have a cup, and you just get yourself wet, put soap, wash it off. It's 5 minutes. That's all, right? Now you've got this shower that comes from the top. It comes from here. You got this water hitting you from there, and there, and you got all this water, shooting at you. It must be gallons and gallons of water. And all you really needed was just a bucket and a cup. And that's all. Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he used to make a ghusl from a saw. Saw is a measure about like this. It's about like that, a small container. He would make a whole ghusl from that. And wudu, it would come out to be about a liter, half a liter. It's more than enough. So if everybody's going to, be frugal, then imagine the amount of water that we're going to save every day. And if we don't, imagine the amount of water that we're wasting. Washing, Do we really need to wash, particularly in Pakistan? Sorry, folks. Washing cars is mind-boggling. Every day they have to wash their car. Whereas, and we do this also when we're in the workshop environment, we go outside and say, look guys, how many people wash their cars? Everybody. Actually, there's a lot of dirt, there's a lot of dust, and it looks like, all you have to do is take a cloth and wipe it off. That's all. It's going to look exactly the same as if you poured all this water on. In fact, it's going to be much better for your car because all that water in your car, it's going to corrode, it's going to bring about rust. Not only are you wasting the water, you're destroying your car as well, right? So all you need to do is take a, yeah, if there's something that doesn't go, okay, you can use a damn, you know, or something like that, but you don't need to. And then here, these car washes, oh my God. You know, again, you know, you got this whole process of all of this water. Like, what I understand though is that they recycle this water, I suppose, so it's not as bad as it could be, but nevertheless, it's really does. Washing your car is that fard wajib sunnah, or what is that? You know? So in my estimation, I think if not haram, at least makruh, unless there's really a necessity. And we can just wipe off and it will be fine. So this lifestyle of luxury, and then our clothing, it has to be, you know, a single speck. Throw it in the laundry. You know, we water once, throw it in the laundry. I mean, do we really have to do that? Suppose if we just an extra day per cloth that we wear, how much water are we going to save? So simple things we can do like that. And also when we're washing the dishes, you know, again, turning on the water full blast and putting on the lid and talking to somebody, talking on the phone, the water's just, right? We're all guilty, huh? So we don't have to do that. So when let's be cognizant of that water, that's all this ni'mah just going down the drain. So we need to really think about that. So as individuals, what can we do? Families, bring out this awareness, you know, rather than everybody sitting around and looking at Facebook and Twitter and all wasting our time on that, why not? We sit with our families and talk about things like that. We give projects to the kids, planting the trees, planting the, you know, my mother, as I said, we grew up where she's, you know, very twilight of her life. She said, just had a heart attack, and she's 94 years old. And she's been impacted 3 times. She started our garden there. She's a certified organic gardener, and she's been doing this all her life, you know. And that's how we grew up also. And she used to teach, you know, this gardening. She was another. We're going to look at that the community garden. It's a concept that we can do here in California. And she was always managing these community gardens for years and years. And she used to teach gardening to the juvenile delinquents in the prisons. These youngsters are really wayward kids, and she would teach them gardening. And it used to be transforming for these kids. The same Ron Finley, he's doing this with the kids in the ghetto. And getting these kids, getting their hands in the dirt and growing things and seeing this miracle of things growing. And he said, this is the most therapeutic thing you can do. He says, it's also the most revolutionary thing you can do. If you got your own food, it's like you're minting your own money. Powerful concept, you know, right? So please, you know, look up Ron Finley and look up some of the times the language is a little bit, you know, not what you would like, but the concepts are just tremendous. Allah bless him and give him hidayah. I really would like to meet the fellow. I've been trying to actually meet the fellow because he's just really doing a great job. So as communities also, what can we do? We can look at the various types of water recycling. You know, these buildings, think about this. These buildings that a lot of us live in, you know, particularly in more concentrated urban settings, all the water that's used in these buildings can be recycled. You know, and we're going to see about, you know, growing things on our buildings, rooftop gardens, you know, horizontal gardens. We can grow all up and down the walls of our houses, you know, and we can grow all of that without any external water. We can use just the gray water. So people will just design the buildings like that, you know, the gray water can, you know, go through a filtration system, very simple filtration, and we can, you know, we could probably grow enough of it to sustain the whole building at least. You know, amazingly we can do. So we start thinking, you know, human beings, they're amazing, you know, and if they start thinking about good things, then good things may come about. Rainwater harvesting, the rain that's coming down, you know, we get rain in Karachi like once a year sometimes not even any rain in the year. So all the rain that's coming on the roof is all channeled down, and we've got, you know, a system that's collecting all of that. And then on the swimming pool, then it fills up and it goes into the pool. And so it's all coming. In fact, last year we had during that huge rain, you know. So we filled up the whole swimming. It's a 45-foot swimming pool. It's a huge pool, you know. And we filled the whole thing up with rainwater. Otherwise, that would have cost about, you know, over 100,000 rupees to fill that up with trucked in, you know, tanker water, you know. So rainwater harvesting, there's ways that we can do that. We can harvest this rain and use it. And, you know, come up with awareness programs like we're doing here. You can, you know, have these things in various communities, go, you know, launch these kind of awareness programs so that people start thinking about that. And none of this is rocket science, is it? It's very simple, common logic, but we don't stop and think about it. So when we're reminded of these things, it's very clear and very, you know, very straightforward. Okay, and then on a more macro level, water management, governments, you know, look at, you know, Roma, the Sayyidina Uthman radiallahu anhu, actually what happened, there was a well that was owned by this Jewish fellow in Medina, and he was, you know, he didn't really love Islam at all. So he was constricting and making it difficult for people to get the water. So Prophet said, who will buy this well and give it as a waqf, as a trust to the Muslims and for his agenda? So Prophet said, done. And that well is still going. Yeah, still going now. In fact, one of my friends in Medina, they're from out of Medina, they have, you know, they don't, so in that well, you know, it's still, these places are still going. So imagine the water from that time up until now, you know, you're going to get reward for that. And so governments can do things like this initially, you know, come up with better ways of managing the water, repair and upgrade infrastructure. These irrigation systems, you know, are very, very, you know, inefficient. We're losing a lot of water, even here in California. The water Israel, they recycle 90% of their water. They're actually, and it's a desert. The whole place is desert. They don't have any, you know, freshwater lakes in the whole place. And they are, you know, despite the fact Maghdubi alayhim, but they're doing a lot of interesting things. And all we can do is sit and complain, you know. But we don't, you know, take such kind of initiatives. So, you know, out of necessity, and they use their heads, and they're doing that. So we can do these things and do it better. Allah will be with us as well. Rainwater harvesting, management, awareness programs, again, you know, on macro levels, as I mentioned. At the end of this, we have time. I'll show you an example of a project that we can, you know, present, you know, to the governments. Okay. Toxins in our water. So we don't have time to talk about this much. But can be like homework, and those who are more looking at this. Minamata Bay, Japan. There was an incident back in the 1950s where there was a breach, you know, in this chemical corporation. As a result of that, this mercury went into, you know, now we know, we're hearing about this, you know, heavy metals, and you know, those heavy metals get into your system, it's like death. You know, it's life destructing. And even now, you know, we don't really want to eat big fish like tuna, swordfish, which, you know, we really love that. Myself, I'm really very fond of that, but I don't hardly eat that anymore because the bigger the fish, the higher up there on the food chain, the more they develop, you know, these heavy metals, which are floating around out there in the sea that are being, again, by our own hands. We're the ones throwing these toxins, these heavy metals, industrial waste, most of it. And so it wasn't even under the radar, and as a result of that, it was huge loss, you know, impaired nervous systems, convulsions, birth defects. It was like a breach of the nuclear power plant. You know? So this is what's happening, you know. Coal and waterways, the coal industry, it's horrific. You know, you're ruining all the water systems, you know, and if you, I don't know if you know, but what they do is they go to and they just blow up like blow the top of a mountain off, you know, to get to the coal. And I mean, it's destroying the mountain, everything, all the ecosystem within it, and then this coal and this process and byproducts are going into the water systems, going into the aquifers. It's a mess. Contamination of surface groundwater, explosions, coal cleaning processes, you know, throwing huge amounts of toxins, you know, into the environment. Groundwater contamination, industrial waste, groundfills, all this garbage, you know, they're filling up the ground with it. So all this junk is going into the ground. So what happens? Our water supply is also the aquifers, you know, the natural water systems under the earth. They're flowing by these ground fills into all those toxins. So we can, as communities, be cognizant of these things and make effort to kind of curtail these things. We our legislature do things that put pressure, and we can do that in this country. We can do that. We'll do it. All this one thing is tawfiq. Bottled water. Now, when I was a kid, there was no such thing as a bottle of water, by the way. Everyone was doing fine. There was a comedian who's everybody's got this bottle. They walk around, even in the masjid, he's got to have this bottle of water right in front of him, where it's such. Come on, man, really, do we really, what is this? Okay, yeah, drink water, but the fact of the matter is that it's all hype. In Pakistan, there was no bottles of water, and now it's the biggest ripoff. The bottles of water are more expensive than flavored drinks. And where is that water coming from, by the way, folks? Do you know that? Your water supply here, that you're complaining about, it's all going to Nestle and all these other guys that are taking these billions and billions of gallons of water and putting it in bottles that was already there. Yeah?
The president of Nestle said that water is not a human right.
Oh, whose right is it? It's Nestle's right.
Yes, yes.
Right? So anyway, all this, we say in Urdu, bakwas. So we don't need to listen to that. And as a community, we can take a stand on these things. And there's a lot of people. And these things we should consolidate with others that have this viewpoint. And look, these people are just making fun out of, the intelligence of human beings. And so we need to do stuff. So do things. Be involved, So bottles become a waste. You're probably aware of this. We have islands of plastic out in the Pacific. A whole island of this, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the ocean. All this junk, as a surfer, even in Pakistan, when the water, when the tide is going, towards the north, or I guess towards the west. So all the junk of Karachi, it's just all over you. It's unbelievable, the amount of junk, and that's in one area. This is going on all over the world. All this junk has been thrown, and much of this is bottles, plastic bags, and all of this stuff. This bottle, where did this come from? So the bottling process, it produces time. Also developing those bottles, and then bottles usually contain BPA, which is linked with a myriad of health issues. Now they got smart. They said, okay, this is free of BPA. Well, maybe so, but it's got all these other, 9-10 points going against it. Nothing more than filtered water generally, particularly in these other countries. What they do is they just fill it up at a tap and they put a label on it and they throw it in the market, and now what was free or you're paying for it. Yeah.
Should the press over 12:30?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. At what time?
In 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Subhanallah, we're ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. So do we come back here, or there's no?
Yeah, so prayers till 12:50, and then afterwards we're gonna serve lunch here until 1:15.
Until 1:15. Okay, so we'll break for salat, and we'll be back here at 1:15. Subhanallah, bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
It's amazing. She's a martial artist. It's just so. Yeah, we need to do a little more.
Yes,
That's what I.
I like the flat.
But 6 o'clock. And you have.
Oh, yeah.
But even now, we have to do that as well. Yeah, but it is rainy, you know, it was you know, everybody was calling. But yeah, I want to see you go somewhere else.
Go somewhere else.
Where can the chef eat food? Like, is there a room where I can take the chef for lunch? Where will the chef eat? Where should the chef eat food? Like lunch, where will you eat? In the hall? Can you ask? Can you call him and ask them which chef the one is here? We will pay and come here. And we will get food. Okay, when we get food, we have to come and we get food. And what brother, you ask him, what is so the chef can eat food here.
Yeah, I cannot get for because
So when he comes after Salah, when Jake had, when he's worth it.
Or
So then,
forgive me.
yeah. So
I cooperate. I give you my. Do I have the key?
no, I have to. I have my husband take the car.
Okay. Only okay. You eat? Allah. 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 السلام عليكم. أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
لا إله إلا الله سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم.
الله أكبر
Yeah, it's working, the person going to actually, I have set it in, for the show. I have it in there. And yes, I need few of these that take. And, let me finish this.
الله الله
Do they have, nice, do they have any plates and stuff to give you?
الله
Boxes.
No, this is box. It's like in the box.
So we didn't read, last week.
Take out the,
I was gonna ask you, do you have like a set of stuff of here? And does it need for the-
box, okay.
I don't know if they have any,
Assalamualaikum. Not both, in the Hindi. Oh, you, so, can I take it? No, I do have 20 for the,
الله
so I can go inside. So can you say?
سمع الله 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 الله
Она сейчас остальные? Остальные.
الله أكبر
الله سمع الله 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 أكبر الله سمع الله لمن الله 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 السلام عليكم واو
I don't know what it is, it's just like you get it there, and people can just grab it from there. I don't know if people. So, right here. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why I take the kids. That's the. I know, very, I mean, we struggle. It's supposed to be like 60 some people.
Kids, other people.
So you never know. Did they announce? Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate. So these things is, there's a lot of times like this, you never know. Because it's a free event. So if they, let's do that. So maybe.
here.
Yeah, she told me you went to play. Thank you.
want this
So like, yeah. Is it two or should we move?
You have one that was the bottom that's in this or?
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm never going to tolerate.
Yes, please.
You. Sam? I don't think I'm ever going to learn that.
Oh, me?
No, me.
Stores, they bring the food for the masjid and churches and all this thing. We give them every Saturday.
Yeah, the trucks outside. Yeah.
They bring every Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Assalamualaikum. Did you need something?
حجة كيان؟
I'm sorry?
حجة هيفا. هيفا العمري.
We don't know.
Yeah, we're just waiting for sandwiches there. They go out to try now. We're gonna eat. Oh, okay.
We can call anytime, yes.
Hey,
Where are you doing? From the car? Yeah. From outside? I'll help you finish the food if you guys. What is the food, by the way? We're just do a taste test.
I think we have, Dr. Chan, you have, the other thing for him, so, shake, right?
So why do you guys make this food?
How much?
Wait, what?
It is 40 and 7. 750, so that basically means no one.
Yeah, so you guys have so much left over, right? Yeah, I'm gonna.
So you can just actually really, come I know, we'll ask him. Yeah.
What's the name of the
No, not really. And that doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, right. Yes. Oh, okay.
She wanted to, I think she said that's not right. Bagels are I came all the way from San Francisco.
We can have it tomorrow. Yeah. Oh my goodness. They're all here. Yeah. We didn't see that. Oh, I know that it's tried, it's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it's beautiful. You want fries? Fries, buffalo, fries. Oh, there's so much food, I
You think and then if you bet this one, although there's some you know the people spot professor that he was on the drums. You're not yeah. I think it's just that
There's something out there for a master and it's also
I think the reality is having having a short life, you get them in trouble. That's the feeling I have, like, I'm feeling like that was, or something, some
I go for money. Oh, money.
Okay, so your cards and all that one on Southern Avenue.
I'm trying to convince Shane to go back to and you sober them, I could just go back.
I mean, that was
I'm trying to convince him. I'm so trying to convince him. He just want to stop for a lot. That's not fair to Shane London. Like how London said the village after.
Where's my
Okay, but I'm trying to convince Shane London to go back. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to convince him, but I'm already said he can't take his time. I'm already programmed him for the health.
that is not.
Although to be honest, I guess so prediction two, make him be lower. Dude. Imagine how much goodie you'll get if you make him lower. Like you won't be able to work anymore. Imagine I make him a better student. Why are you laughing?
They used to teach out of high school.
Any other?
Wait, what? There's something wrong with about that.
Up those stairs.
They don't have any.
Even when I grew up in, South Korea, our local was not active.
Yeah.
I wanted something like that.
I didn't do that, but
Yeah, I was actually.
that was my bad. I didn't see it though. I'm not gonna be there with me.
But you know what would be closer to you is the, organization for the, center. They are very active. But the Salah and then. Yeah. Yeah. If you have some, friends you can talk with together, then. Yeah, this is for prevention here. Yeah. So that's why I'm gonna be none. There's so many examples. Are there? I'm gonna see it. They come here for events, but they live there, they work there.
Man, I wish I could catch all that video.
And there's that,
What packets are going? Do they have a bottle there? Though? Is it open? No, no, sorry, no, open. No, sorry. Nothing good.
observation is better.
We block the road, in, down, the roads are up, down, down the hill.
So you don't need
There's one drive. But just contact SFIS, you can learn so many things, maybe you can volunteer to do.
Did you step on the house? Did you step on the house?
Just Google San Francisco Islamic.
Or do you have to
It's a contact number, call them and then if you don't trust,
Nice, how's that?
start a conversation. Thank you. That's what you people is all about. Yeah. The best.
I'm totally
Why is it okay?
What's that?
like totally.
Why is it good?
Oh, no, seriously, volunteering is the best way.
Really, so, Monday again.
Somewhere.
I think they have, the sisters I know have a good kind of, I think it's not good.
No,
Yeah, I couldn't go there because it was a little bit. I thought it was, they have a, Angel Island,
You're making it a party?
so they go, they decided to flash Friday and.
One Thursday.
Oh, yeah, it's one of the, so they remind me of like.
Wait, when is the party? This coming like this Thursday? Coming Thursday?
Yeah.
Or next Thursday?
coming Thursday and next week.
Why both?
Finals, so, what I'm trying to do, it's not really finals yet, but what I'm trying to do is, the second one is finals, the one, right, the one, December 23rd, right? Or December 22nd, next, so what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to make it, he did it back.
Who's the student lawyer? What? No. I figured. To the name.
Everyone else, I'm the only one.
What's the difference?
Actually, no, there's a difference. Mostly you or
Guitars. I can get guitars. Like big guitars. Can you do that?
And if you want, one basis and one.
I'm sorry, let me try that.
No.
You know fast? Really? Yeah, actually.
And I trust everybody.
You're not supposed to have some Fridays.
There's few exceptions. That's why I need,
I didn't know what to look at that. Because Friday's supposed to be the eat of the week, so I thought Fridays were the day off.
No, wait.
Where you not gonna tell me how you left.
Hassan, are you from here?
I'm from the DMC. I mean, I grew up with,
I suck at that.
So you suck at it.
Yes. I'm so bad. I wish I was good. Oh, the universe only has.
Not one people. Not one people.
Are you a door watch?
I'm gonna be a door watch. So I'm gonna do a door watch. Whether my door is right now.
he said he can get his honeymoon time. So I'll get to it. Nice to meet you.
Where's the guy? Probably went to a party. He said he used to be a musician, or he had a music career. I want to see if I can hear his own band stuff. Well, I don't know which instrument. Before you get
Did you find it?
No.
yeah, I'm wondering if that's what has a recording.
Where is it?
He's in the book.
Yeah.
But what follows to it? You should keep sending inspirational messages on YouTube, which is a very inspiring. They're very eye-opening. Like they're very straight to the point. Like, fresh. Like a lot of people on there don't do that. What does it say? What does it say?
It says register.
What if you turn upside down?
So that was there says.
No, not. Yeah, no, that's that. Yeah. But it's so funny. They do though, right? Uncle Pete. Why?
Because he had a yellow car. And he may have another.
That's so dumb.
Well, you get someone.
Let's see slow down.
He's overrated. He's overrated because.
I like Ronaldo because he sports Palestine and he's trying to come here.
Ronaldo overrated too. Because although he's potentially the best player in the world, the thing is, having the best player in the world for like a team, if you just get lose, he literally gets after he doesn't play a full game after he games.
That's what you want. You got the right part.
When I was in grad school, it was not in school, it was so bad. The buses come from Sense,
I've seen Neymar or
and then
Like 2 days ago.
Yes.
why would they do that? You know, they score on Sunday. Oh, it's for like, that's just like what they're.
Yes.
But I think they don't manage it. Too much money to cost.
A few years ago. They all go sit, they stay overnight.
But it's necessary to spend millions of dollars on that. Where they could be putting that money into something that's critical.
You know, they get, there's so many donations. Corporations. I don't see. Where did they get it? It gets donated and never even see that. The big tech guy gave for just this year. 150 million. If you divide that 150 million, there's 34,000 people in San Francisco. That's a lot of money.
More police on the road.
We talk every Saturday, Sunday. Very good in farmers market.
Farmers market, I love it. So nice. And then I used to roll it. I used to roll it. But the thing is, the shops and shops and shops. You know what's over there?
Yeah, it's walking the city.
Oh, wow.
What else?
Yeah. So I understood it in Sunset, that when the houses are like, stuff to them. You know, when I was a kid, there was no green highway. The other night, we used to just ride our bikes. We would go with a small little sand hill, and we were at the beach. Because of the house, like my parents' house is right there on 48. Yeah, 48, now it's 48. And then it's the green highway.
Assalamu alaikum. Everybody had lunch, or they're having it?
Yes.
Did you have lunch?
Actually, I had a brunch before I came, and so they were very kind to make something special, so I said, okay, I'll take it with me.
How many years, why Karachi? And how many years were you there?
Why Karachi? Well, that's what my qadr was. People say, how did you end up in Karachi? Actually, Karachi, because Pakistan as a whole, it's the one country in the Muslim world where you can do what you want to do, regardless. Anything you want to do, you can do it in Pakistan, free for all. So you can do good things, you know, and then actually I was sent there as a teacher, and you know, my children grew up there, they studied there, and so that's a place where, you know, all the Arab countries are very oppressive, very, you know, and, so that's the one place where you can do things, you know. So I was, they wanted me to, you know, Bin Nuri town, so the madrasa there, so I was invited to come and teach there because we had foreigners from all over the world, and because of that, you know, people used to converge from all over the world there. And like from 20 some countries we had. So when I came there in 1985, then so I initiated this program where we would teach the foreigners directly in Arabic, in the Arabic medium, rather than generally what happens is they would, you know, study, you know, the things with the Urdu commentary and all that. So what we did was we just would come and we teach them Arabic, and we teach everything in the Arabic medium, and it was much easier. And so then I ended up marrying there and everything. So that's kind of
Are your kids still there, or are they?
Some of them are there, some of them are here. Some of them are in Australia, some are in Trinidad, West Indies. They're scattered around.
How many kids do you have?
Only 12.
Oh.
Cheaper by the dozen. Yeah.
So how many years were you in Karachi?
Huh?
How many years were you living in Karachi?
Well, officially 35 years if you count up to when I came here. But my house is still there. And I go back from time to time. But I just happen to be centered basically. I don't have any property or anything here. But, now, since there's quite, things have changed a lot since when we first accepted Islam and wasn't anything happening. If you wanted to get some education or get your children's education, then you would have to go somewhere else. But we didn't have anything there. But no, it's quite different. Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
Sheikh, are you Cat Steven? No.
No. But he's a good friend of mine. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. We spent time together early on. And after he accepted Islam, then we used to hang out together. But I haven't seen him in a long time.
Can I offer you oranges?
Hmm?
Can I offer you oranges?
Can you offer me oranges? Yeah, but I probably would need it. Because I just drank coffee, so I don't think it's going to go well. Jazakumullah khair. Okay, yeah.
So I have a question regarding fish. So you know how you said the thing about fish, right? And then metal and all that, right?
Hmm?
Saying, you know how you said the thing about fish, right? And metal and all that, right?
About fish, yeah.
So is that why it's makruh? Some fish is makruh according to
No, that's not. And that's specifically the Hanafi stance, and more specifically the stance of Imam Abi Hanifa rahimahullah, because he didn't consider them as being actually fish. And, but otherwise, most of everything that comes out of the sea, most of the ulama, they don't have a problem with that. And he didn't say it's haram, but he's just a karaha, you know, shellfish. And that's a long discussion. But in any case, but the fact of the matter is that shellfish can be problematic because shellfish, number one, they're very high in cholesterol and not the good cholesterol also. And shellfish also, because they're scavengers, you know, they live in the bottom of the ocean, and so they eat the junk. You know, and so they can be toxic, they can, you know, and in fact, sometimes they will even be infected with hepatitis. Sometimes hepatitis is contracted by shellfish, lobster. One of our very good brothers, you know, died of cirrhosis of the liver, which probably might have been, you know, he thinks that probably it was a result of contaminated lobster that he ate. Yeah, unfortunately. So, you know,
Lobster used to be known as a cockroach of the sea.
Cockroach of the sea.
No,
I personally like it a lot, but
well, it used to be fed to the prisoners.
Huh?
It used to be fed to the prisoners back in the day because it was considered to be nobody wants to eat it.
Lobster?
Correct.
What day was that? That was long before me, because since I was a kid, that's when the delicacy.
Yeah, so that was like
The 1600s.
1600s, 1700s.
Maybe then. I don't know.
It was fed to the prisoners and then obviously they mainstream.
Where was that?
New England, I believe.
Where?
New England, the
Really?
New England, and that.
Wow, that's before it caught on, that's for sure.
It's an expensive,
Very expensive thing to feed the prisoners. Even in Pakistan, in the Indian Ocean, they have this kind of saltwater crayfish. It doesn't have claws. It doesn't have claws. You know, it's a big crayfish, and it's beautiful. It's got all these different colors, and I don't know if you've ever seen that. Yeah, it's just beautiful. We used to dive a lot in spearfishing. You're going in, you just see it. It looks like something, you know, out of something like an artist. And of course, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina mursaleen. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Has everybody more or less come? Who's coming? Okay. So we were talking about bottled water, and we'll just finish that up. Nothing more than filtered tap water generally. Using huge amounts of local water, depriving local residents thereof. Case in point, you know, here in California, a classic example. 400 billion industry. This was some years ago. It must be more, much more by now. US 6.4 is $6.40 per gallon. You know, this bottled water averages, whereas tap water is 1 cent per gallon. What happened?
It's not, this projector's not on.
Projector's not on. Oh. Bottled water often contains more contamination than tap water, particularly in third world countries. You know, that's interesting. Third world. Where's the second world, by the way? There isn't it, huh? Did you ever think about that? There's a third world, and there, yeah, you got one. Like what?
Soviet Union.
So are they still second, or they're one? So there's no second world anymore. Either you're first or third, or either you're all the way ahead, or you're out of the game. Yeah? What? Oh, you want to see the hadith? Which one was that? Of the trees, right?
Yeah.
Of the roughs. Okay. Well, so what you can do now, we didn't make any folders or manuals for this because it's not going to be able to really do all that. But any slide that you see, take a picture of it. If you want to save that, just go ahead and take a picture if you like. Yeah, there. Take a picture of this slide if you like. Where is it?
There it is.
Left on this slide, is it?
Huh?
About these two. But I think
It's getting brighter.
it's gotta get brighter, I think it'll be fine.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Okay. You see it?
Yes.
You good? إذا قامت الساعة وفي يد أحدكم فصيلة فليغرسها. That's the one you wanted? Okay, got it? Okay. Okay, so improving water quality standards. So what can we do? You know, we're going back, you know, what can we do about that? So we can, you know, do filtration. You know, if we start, you know, making an effort to clean up the environment, then the water supply, the natural water supply, which always, you know, traditionally was quite sufficient for mankind, it will start controlling, you know, the types of toxins and waste that we send into the environment, then we won't have. So micro from our own smaller level, from macro, what can we do about that? We need to think about that and take action. Control waste of water from micro, you know, from the individuals, families, and then, you know, from a national standpoint, from, you know, government standpoints. So, as we mentioned earlier, we can minimize our consumption, maximize efficiency. Let's be careful, you know, when we're in our kitchens and our laundries and our premises, you know, watering lawns rather than having lawns. Why not have something that doesn't need plant other things? I was just in Uzbekistan. Anybody's been in Uzbekistan? Unbelievable. MashaAllah. And one of the beautiful things about Uzbekistan is that the people, they're very industrious and they're extremely clean. It's the cleanest place I have ever seen. You know, it's the exact opposite of Karachi or Baghdad, you know, I don't know. And it just shows when there's a mentality of cleanliness, you know, it's not that they're rich or they have huge infrastructure, but that's the mentality. Everybody wants the environment to be clean. You know, some of us, you know, we're very particular about in our house, it should be very clean, and all the junk thrown in the street, we care less. Yeah, they, you know, and this is the kind of mentality we need to have. You know, the whole environment, I need to take ownership of the, you know, the whole environment, the whole, it's our country, it's our place, you know, so we need to look after it. And the other thing is that you won't find a square foot of earth except they are cultivating it. Even in front of a shop or in front of somebody's house, or, you know, there's going to be something growing, and I mean something growing that's useful. Even in you'll have like the masjid here, the masjid grounds, they'll be growing fruit trees, they'll be growing vegetables, they'll be growing herbs, and, you know, everywhere you go, every bit of, and they've kept, you know, they don't, I heard, I don't know how far that's true, but I didn't see any industrialized farming. You know, this monoculture we're going to be looking at. You know, it was all the traditional type of farming with diversity, you know, and the tree systems and in smaller areas where you would have crops and you would have things like that. And all natural, all organic, you know, they don't use pesticides and all of that kind of stuff. So it was really mashallah. And those fruits and vegetables, you know, just fantastic, you know.
Is it the capital that you went to, or?
Went all over. We went first to Tashkent, and then from Tashkent to Samarkand, Bukhara, and Khiva. It was fantastic. I would love to have been there more time, you know, and you know, being, you know, all their scholars, you know, and so many of our great scholars and ulama mashayikh are buried there, and that land is just oozing with that spirituality and that the, you know, the presence you can still feel, you know, even after the 70 years of that, you know, super, you know, oppression of the Soviets. You know, if you were found with the Quran, you were liable to be executed on the spot. Students and teachers, they were found in Dars, they were murdered right there on the spot. You know, and they still, the resilience of those people is shown, you know, was phenomenal. And even though, you know, many of them, they don't know anything, you know, because they were, you know, completely cut off and it was forbidden to know anything about Islam. They just were Muslims. We don't know anything about it, but we're Muslims. And they're very proud of that. And you would never find, you know, you wouldn't find an atheist or, you know, something like that. They were all very proud of their history and their emotional. Wonderful. So but the thing was that they, you know, and that is not, that's a very extreme environment. You know, it's landlocked, and you know, as farther you go inland and away from the sea, the more extreme the, you know, the weather will be. The hotter it gets in the summer, and the colder it gets in the winter. And yet, mashallah, in the seasons that they have, it's phenomenal. Okay, so minimize consumption, and you know, lawns and gardens, drip irrigation, mulch. If we put you know, a lot of mulch and a lot of you know, so that you know, the evaporation process, plus there's a lot of other benefits. So all these things we need to research and find out, and we can take steps. We can do things on individual, and again, family. If we get our families involved, get the kids involved, it's really, you know, it's exciting for them, you know, so to get involved and then start doing these things and taking ownership of these little projects. The great thing, we could have a masjid, you know, masjid-based projects, you know, kids gardening and stuff like that. Creating a food forest somewhere, like in the grounds of the, you know, think about it and you'll come up with great stuff. This is my garden, actually, in Hawke's Bay. You see the chickens, you see the chicken coop in the back. I don't have chickens there anymore, they kind of, and you see this fence, you know, so that fence is there because we use the chickens also, we call, we use, after you know, there wasn't anything planted there, you can see we've just planted. And what happens, you'll put the chickens there, and they will eat up all the insects and all the weeds, and so you don't have to put pesticides and all the herbicides and all, just put chickens there. They'll take it up and they're getting all the good things they need, and then you, so learning how to do all these things, you know, you can rotate all these things and that's very productive. And this is a very difficult environment where I live because it's right next to the ocean, and that Indian Ocean, and that very, very salty wind is very, very difficult, but nevertheless, macro, businesses, factories, municipalities, governments, water use efficiency analysis, improvement correction, awareness campaigns within organizations for all stakeholders, employees. You got we're all working in companies. So how are our companies, organizations that we work for, we're connected with? Are they aware of these issues? Are there issues with water that, you know, they could bring it to their, you know, bring it to their notice, make an effort, you know. So positive activism against companies and entities destroying the environment, lobby governments to improve water standards and legislation to control destructive entities and practices. We can do that. Prevent and demonstrate viable and effective alternatives and solutions. Show a solution, don't just be part of the problem, you know. We're very great at criticizing, and that's also has its place, but proactively showing a positive, you know, a positive solution to these problems. So if we do it on a small level, we can show that we can do this, get more people to do good things, and bad things will, you know, haq comes in batil, light turns on, darkness, it has no choice except to leave. Here's the interesting, I think this is maybe in India, I'm not sure where this is, but I think that's very interesting. What they've done is they're doing two things. One is not only they're putting the solar panels, but they're putting it over the irrigation ditch to stop evaporation. Right? I mean, you could put that anywhere, but you put it strategically to do more than, you know, the maximize benefit there, you know. So I think that's, you know, that's stellar. Okay, rainwater management, rooftops, we talked about that, driveways, you got all this water flowing down your driveway, you know. There's ways that you can actually collect all that water and, you know, have tanks and have it go into that and use that water. Driveways, walkways, macro, communities, municipalities, governments, and at the end of this, in the end of the permaculture, I'll show you an example, that initiative we try to promote. in Pakistan for harvesting rainwater, making small check dams. Swales are these long ditches that just go across the contour, and they just gather the water, the rainwater, and soak it into the landscape so that the aquifers, raising the groundwater levels. And then you also grow along those swales, and ultimately it goes on, proliferating, and then you ultimately end up with a food forest if you strategically plan it so. It's quite easy to do. All water is valuable, fresh, used, gray, black. It's all valuable. Even, in my place, I've got even all the water, even from the toilets and all that, it goes into a process, and we use that for the outer trees. So all the water is getting recycled and it's getting used, again and again and again. So it just keeps on being recycled. So we can do that. We have these buildings, and people would start designing these buildings, recycling all that water that's being used in them. How much water is being used in an apartment building every day? So you could sustain a garden easily, huge garden for that. So you have rooftop gardens, which are also insulate the top and against cold and heat particularly. And also we have this, the reflection of that heat is causing also the heating of the environment, the global heating, and has a lot to do with it. So there's a lot we can do. Here's a concept of what we call a reed bed. And this is what I've got one of these on the side of my house. So what you do is, this is just basically, this is just basically sand, gravel, and you've got these reeds. And if you notice these reeds, they generally, you'll find them in dirty water, And what they do is, these, the roots, those roots, they purify the toxins, they gather the toxins, and they're, so it's a great way, so you get a double sort of, filtration through the gravel and through the sand and then through the roots of these, so the longer that it is, the more the purification that you have. And then, ideally what you want to have it gravitating so that you have this on a higher place, and then the water just flows out of there, it will flow into your garden or flow into wherever it is that you want to store it. So what we do is we don't have that luxury of elevation. So what we do is we just have at the end of it a big tank, and it gathers over there, and from that tank we pump it out and use it on the garden and tree systems. So yeah, when we do this in our larger format, then we actually practice this. We practice doing wudu and practice these various things. Practice dishwashing with a very minimal amount. If you just try to, usually what they do is, people now, they usually use dishwashers, which I understand is more efficient in terms of water usage. But otherwise, people just turn on the tap and they just let it run and they're washing, right? You don't have to do that. All you have to do, if you don't have a dishwasher, which that takes up a lot of energy also, that's taking a lot of electricity, generating heat, huge amounts of electricity, and I don't know about the water. But anyway, all you have to do is just moisten the dishes, if you need to use soap, and the soap, again, what kind of soap we use is very toxic. That's going into the water system. That's going to go into the earth. So if it's full of toxins, then so we should, I personally don't really hardly ever use for dishes soap. Yeah, but if we do, we can find, which is environmentally, friendly. So without all those toxins. So you just have to, if you need to use soap, just moisten the dishes and then use the soapy water and soak it. And then once you've washed out, then just rinse it off with a very small stream of water. So you can save, 4 or 5 times the water that you otherwise would use. So if we just use a little common sense, we can save a lot of water, right? In all of these activities. Yeah.
I have observed that in some cases, houses, we have faucet in the kitchen and bathroom, 2-handle one. They in that you waste so much water. But if you have one handle, you can minimize the use of the water.
Yeah.
And it's tremendous change.
Another big problem here in America, which is, I've only seen that here, I don't know about other places. In the showers, you can't turn it lightly. You have to turn it all the way to the end just to get it warm, and it's just gushing out. I mean, so you probably better off not to use that at all, just use a bucket like we used to do. Which I have in my apartment. You just got a bucket and just fill it up and use that. Otherwise, that's a huge amount of water. Yeah.
I was going to say, I grew up in Iowa in the 1970s, and we didn't have indoor plumbing until 1976. And we had a rain barrel outside.
Yeah.
That we collected the rainwater from, and we had one from the roof, and we had one from just the rain.
Yeah.
And the one from the roof was the gray water.
Yeah.
And the one we used for the dishes, we always had one bin for the wash,
Mhm.
one bin for the clean water for the rinse of the dishes.
Mm-hmm.
And then also for bathing, we just used the cup method.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is America in the 1970s.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So it can be American in the 2020s as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can do that. Why not? If you go to the Caribbean, everybody's got that system on their roof. Everybody's got a gutter that goes into these barrels, and that's the best water, particularly for the ladies for washing your hair. People's hair is falling out. Well, sure, you got all this fluoride and all this other junk in it. It's just ruining. It's not good for your hair. It's not good for your skin. Not good for anything. So the best and purest water is that rainwater. It's best for drinking. It's best for bathing, washing the hair. So yeah, so we just, it's a very simple, common sense, it'll go a long way. So anyway, we talked about things that we can perhaps think about, and of course you're going to take this to the next level, all of you, inshallah. When I come next time, I will see that you've initiated just wonderful things, inshallah, in the community. And okay, food. وهو الذي أنزل من السماء ماء فأخرجنا به نبات كل شيء انظر إلى ثمره إذا أثمر وينعي إن في ذلكم لآيات لقوم يؤمنون. And it is he who sends down from the sky water, then brings forth all types of plants. Observe their fruits as they appear and their ripeness and reflect. Think about this. The water, it has no properties really. It doesn't have any taste, it doesn't have any flavor, it doesn't have any scent, it doesn't have any, it's just hydrogen and oxygen, that's it. And then you've got earth. Have you ever tasted earth? When I was a kid, I used to eat earth. A lot of kids do that, and it's actually very good for you because it introduces the bacteria and all the things, that's in the earth. And my mother, that's one of the things she used to, attribute to her longevity, because she's always got her hands in the dirt. So she's, and we want to be sanitized. We want to live in a capsule somewhere, And so as a result of that, our immune systems have no stamina at all. We've already destroyed them with our food and our drink and our toxins and everything else. And apart from that, we want to live in a sanitized environment. So no wonder a little flu comes along and we're all on our backs. We don't need to be like that. Anyway, so this water comes down from this earth, all of these different types of things, subhanAllah. Different colors, different tastes, different properties, different smells, different qualities. Reflect. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he could have made us just like cows, okay, eat grass and drink water and be done with it. Could have been. But no, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us so diversity of things, subhanAllah. So reflect, what a great ni'mat. So foundation of life and longevity is synergy of human creativity and natural fertility. Because also, we, like the cows, they just eat what's growing on it. But we also cultivate, and we can, enhance the cultivation process, work with nature, which is what permaculture is all about, understanding the natural systems and working with them, not against them. Enhance those systems. From the land to the garden to the plates. So one is we have industrial food, monoculture. Anybody heard that word before? Monoculture, yeah? You're from Iowa, right?
Yes.
Oh my God. You go out there and you'll just see for miles wheat or whatever. That's all there is.
Soybeans and corn.
Yeah, usually corn now, and it's usually GMO,
Yes.
right? Now, what, the expense of what? They've destroyed everything else. You had thousands of micro ecosystems, it's all destroyed. Now, one crop and kill everything else besides that, that's totally unsustainable. How long is that gonna go on for? Otherwise, the land in its, all the ecosystems is regenerating in itself. A forest, who cultivates the forest, by the way? Does anybody put fertilizer in the forest or, pesticides or, herbicides or, you just leave it alone and it's doing great because all of those ecosystems work with one another and it proliferates, But we destroy all of that, that's what monoculture is. So you have to have fertilizer, then pesticides, then herbicides, and after a while, this earth just dies and you can't grow anything. It's like somebody on the ventilator. This is the earth on the ventilator. Take the ventilator, and nothing can grow on that anymore. So you got soil degradation, you got toxic fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, wasteful toxic packaging also, processing the food. We used to get like in Karachi, you get the sabzi wala with his cart every day, buy it, cook it, and people didn't have refrigerators. Some places they still don't. And they're much better off for it, I tell you. We have refrigerators and we have freezers, which has made it bakhil. We become stingy. Before, we would cook, number one, we would buy and make, what we need. We wouldn't make more than that. We would make waste because it's going to go to waste. And if we had more, we would give it to the neighbors. And we would give it to, the people in need. And so we are much more generous, But now, rather than giving it to the neighbors and the needy, we put it in the fridge. Put it in the freezer where you have it next year or 10 years from now. So this is really not a very good thing. Anyway, and then we've got this packaging process now. Before, the maximum they used to do, they used to take the meat and they used to hang it up, salt it and hang it up and dry it. Jerky, that's a very old concept. They used to take the yogurt and they used to dry it out, and interestingly in Arabic, call it akat. In the northern part of Pakistan, also the Quetta and those places, the Pathans, they eat that. In Uzbekistan, the whole market of that stuff. So that's how they used to preserve it. They didn't need, packaging. They didn't need, refrigeration or anything. So that's what they used to do. But this packaging, all this processing, it's just really, it's all part of this whole consumer thing. Long distance transport. Yeah, what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to grow your own or buy from your local farmer. For a local farmer, he got pushed out of the equation long ago, but that's what it used to be. People didn't live in these big, sprawling urban, monsters. The people were living in small enclaves, villages, And everybody had their own little garden, everybody had a few animals, and they had pretty much, the basics that they needed, and a few things they would trade and barter and what have you. Now, we're eating oranges from South America. We're eating mangoes from India and Pakistan. We're eating meat that comes from Australia. So all of that transport, not only, it's not the greatest thing that we should be eating the things that are in season in our area. That's what's best for us. But not only that, this long transport comes at a cost. Huge amount of cost, huge amount of resources, huge amount of generation of toxins and pollution as well. Heavy storage energy space. You got cold storage, all this stuff in these huge amounts of land. So the whole process just becomes extremely financially cumbersome, right? And otherwise, excessive waste. And it's mind-boggling here. It goes past the expiration dates, they throw it out, and they don't even allow you to use it. And if you want to go there and say, well, it's not, these expiry dates, generally it's best buy. It's not like it's going to kill you now, but they just throw it out, Huh? Yeah. Maybe somebody's going to sue us, this whole mindset. So the whole system, so we need to really, and in the end of this culmination of this whole module, then I'll suggest how we can have a very sustainable and holistic solution. Keep tuned. Yeah, we'll address that in the very end, inshallah. Natural food. Okay, number one, multicultural. You've got all kinds of things growing. You know, the traditional farming, you know, you'd have tree systems, and then you'd have some crop, and then between the crop rows, you'd have vegetables, then you'd have herbs, you'd have flowers, you know, what have you. So all of those things are working together, and they're complementary. You know, the various species which complement each other to grow in a better way, you know. So you've got that going on. You've got the soil building rather than depleting. You know, all those different types of systems going on. It's building soil, not destroying it. Compost, mulch, natural plant protection. You know, that's how, you know, we go about in fertilizing. Compost, taking all the waste and turning it into, you know, efficient ways of giving nutrient to the land. So everything's being recycled back into the land in the natural process. Natural plant protection. So when you have this, you know, natural compost, natural mulching, and all of this, and there's a lot of nutrients, then the plants also have immune systems like human beings. Why do we need all these pesticides? Because the plant, poor thing, it's like itself is on the ventilator. You know, without these pesticides, otherwise a plant can ward these things off. A strong plant will ward these things off. The root systems will be strong, but they have an immune system, and also the insects from above also. So in this natural, necessary, biodegradable. So natural food is necessary, not wasteful, and it's biodegradable. It's going to recycle, it's going to go back into the system and, you know, recycle naturally. Local supply, because it's natural, so you don't have preservation, you don't have transportation. Local supply. He grows something and he eats it, or he lets excess, he gives to his neighbors, and they buy it. And so that's the system that we, you know, help one another to survive. So people have livelihoods through that. You know, the little guy, whether it's farming or whether it's anything, he doesn't have a chance today. The corporate monsters have bought up everything, you know, including the land, most specifically. Light storage, energy, and space. You know, we don't have these issues. Minimal waste. Okay, is natural organic affordable? Oh, it's double the cost. Okay, that's true. It's more expensive. That's true. However, if you don't invest in yourself, then you're going to invest in the medical system. By the time you're 40 years old now, you've got diabetes, you've got heart problems, you've got arthritis, and you're going to be putting millions into the system. You could have just invested in yourself in better health, and you wouldn't have all of this problem. So invest in yourselves. You know, we spend huge amounts of money on junk, things that we don't even need. You know, but we don't think that we need to invest on ourselves and give our. You know, do you put good? You know, a person has a brand new Mercedes, BMW. Do you put second-grade fuel in it? Would any person with any, you know, gray matter put, you know, impossible. Mercedes, come on, you have to. So where's a Mercedes in the human being? This is the pinnacle of creation. So this human being also fueled it with the best possible fuel in it. You know, that's in the second one, we talk about that in more detail. But anyway, natural, organic, is it affordable? It's not affordable not to. It's just not, it's not sustainable. You save a few pennies here, you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose your health, and you're going to lose financially also in the end. So that'd be what it is. And you can solve the whole problem by growing your own. There you go. You can do this on your roof also. Look at this. On your wall. Horizontal gardens. I had a picture, I don't have it here, but I just saw a picture of this big building somewhere. I don't know, maybe it's South America, wherever it is. This huge building, and the whole thing is covered with vegetation. The whole thing. It's wonderful. Right? Suppose every building here has got this garden on top of it. We can do that. Why not? These are urban settings, you know, rather than just having all this grass growing and doing nothing for anyone. grow productive things. You know, that people, you know, grow their own food there. Get people in the urban, you know, these urban areas getting involved in that. And these kids get them involved in these kind of things, you know, they'll forget about crime and gangs and all of that, and they'll marvel at this thing, you know. They'll start getting involved in these things that will change their lives, inshallah. One of the interventions that we can use. You know, again, we talked about that area, you know. Everybody in all these areas, that little area, which is just got grass usually, so we can start planting things like that. Look at this rooftop garden, it's got everything going on there. You know? And again, as we said, that can be totally watered with the gray water of the building. You know, so I have no space, I live in an apartment. There's a lady by the name of Stacy Murphy. She's now based in San Diego, but she's originally from Brooklyn. And she's, you know, she has these courses. It's a good thing. You know, she does very good work. And she's got these online courses for teaching you how to grow, you know, in 10 feet by 10 feet, how to grow $400 worth of vegetables. And even inside, you know, with if you don't even have light, you can use artificial lighting, even grow macrogreens and microgreens and stuff like that. But you know, so right in like a place like Brooklyn, right on your wall, right in your porch and your balcony, you know, those traditional houses, people from the East, you know, you got these steel kind of things, you know, where you got the stairs and all that, you know, you can grow stuff right there. People do that. Okay, community garden. That's a great concept. That's the thing we should really, you got these areas, you know, that are just kind of, as I said, nothing's growing there. So get the people in the community. Everybody gets like an area. You know, give everybody like 10 by 10 or 20 by 20, whatever it is. And so not only they can grow things, they can learn to grow from other people who are more experienced, they can learn from that. It also is a place of connectivity of the people of the community, you know, and other issues can, you know, it's a great thing. It's a wonderful thing to bind the people and bring the people together. Community garden. As I said, my mother was in charge of these community gardens for decades. Wonderful thing. So again, these are things that we can look into and be involved in. Individuals right up to the, you know, national level. Okay, energy. Allahu Akbar. Yusabbihu ar-ra'du bihamdihi, and the thunder celebrates his praise. That's also a manifestation of energy that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created. So energy is also Allah's creation. We think we created, no. Allah has created it, right? There's energy, this is Abdul Mateen's his concept, I thought it was quite novel. He says energy from hell as opposed from energy from heaven. Interesting concept, you may agree with that. Petrol, coal, oil, all burning, fire, you know. As opposed to that, energy from heaven, what? Like sun, wind, water, you know. So that'd be what it may. Take that with a grain of salt or a few grains if you like. But in any case, now one thing has to be said though, whatever energy we're going to be, whether it's from these, you know, these fossil fuel sources, or even from what they say sustainable sources, but actually the fact of the matter is, for example, sun. So like my place in fact, it's all solar powered and very happy about that. But actually, behind the scenes, those solar panels and all of that equipment that you have to make to use it, that's also very, very environmental destructive. Some even claim not even any less than petroleum and coal and all that other stuff. One way or the other, the more energy that we're going to use, that we're going to generate and use, the more it's going to impact the environment, regardless. So what's the solution? The only real solution is reduce our use of these kinds of energies. And keep in mind, there wasn't long ago that nobody had electricity. And there's still places in the world, believe it or not, people of the United States, there are places that don't have energy. You know, in Pakistan, in the northern place, one of my friends from it's a place called, maybe our sister knows, Kaladaka. You know Kaladaka? It's not too far from Peshawar, but it's an area. And so some time ago, the government, Pakistani government said they didn't have electricity, so they came and they said, "Oh, we'll make electricity for you." So we, oh, that's great. So the elders of the community got together. They had this concept called jirga. The elders get together and then they discuss, and that's the law. That's end of the day. That's what they're going to do. So they got together and they said, "Yeah, what we get." So the more insightful of the elders said, "No, we don't want that. If we get electricity, then we're going to get lights. And if we have lights, these lights can go on all night. As it is now, we sleep after Isha. We pray Salat Isha, we go to sleep. If there's no light, there's no activity, nothing to do, they go to sleep. So if we have all these lights going on, we're going to end up just like these people in the cities. And our kids are going to get involved in this and that, and then we're going to have television, and we're going to have internet, we're going to have all of this stuff, and all that stuff is going to, come to the attention of our youth, and they're going to get corrupted. And so keep your electricity to yourself. Well, of course, that's not going to stop that onslaught. Ultimately, when those people are gone, then the next generation is not going to have the same perspective. So the only way to really combat against all of those afat is the inner strength of taqwa, which again, an understanding and real depth of perception and understanding of these things, which is not easy proposition. In any case, so whether it is, as they quote, green energy, it also comes with its expense. And so what we really have to do is see how we can reduce our dependence on, generation of energy and try and harness. You can design your buildings in such a way, your house in such a way that with glass, you can just have the sunlight coming through the glass and heating up things, and you can insulate from the cold. And there's ways, and permaculture also teaches in structure and building and structures how we can maximize that and minimize the use of this. So as I said, that's quite a big campaign, clean energy, but actually the fact of the matter is that also comes with its cost. Perhaps not as detrimental as the energy from hell, as our brother Abu Mateen says, but nevertheless, now, also the concept of green, if we'll get involved in these projects and start, revamping the way that we deal with these situations, we can create also a lot of jobs that are involved, in promoting these kind of concepts, which would provide job opportunities, green job opportunities, greening the planet. So that's also, a social, positive impact that we can be thinking about. 20% of carbon emissions in USA from buildings. As we said, this, thermal mass. This concrete, the sun is beating on you. Now you can really see this in countries like in Pakistan or Arabia, or even in California. You go up on the roof of some house, you can't walk barefoot on that. And if you put your hand, unless there's really good insulation, you put your hand on the roof, it's hot. You can't even keep it. In Pakistan, it gets so hot you can't even. We're talking about an actual roof of concrete. So you need something that's going to, cover that. And so the best way to do that is grow stuff on there. Have a garden up there. That's the best possible thing to do. Otherwise, at least have something to insulate that. Because that all day long, it's absorbing that heat, and in the night, it reflects that heat. And that's causing huge amounts of, climate change. The raising of the temperature globally, a lot of that is coming from this thermal mass, the sun beating on this concrete everywhere, and then reflecting that heat. So building efficiency, we can design in a better way to reflect that, and retrofits. Okay, so we already built like this. So we can redo it. There's things we can do. Plant a garden up there. Do other things. One of the very simple things that you can do on your roof, like in Pakistan, we used to do. We have these chatai. Chatai. The reed. The reed mats. That's a fantastic insulator. Just put that on your roof, lay them across the roof. We used to have in the masjids, there used to be, in some villages still they have that, and they have those on the masjid floor. And sometimes they used to put that out outside. Now in Punjab or some of these places where it gets like 105, 10, 15, 20, if you walk on these on the bricks, you'll burn your feet. If you put these chatai, you put those mats, those reed mats on those things, it's cool under there. It's very simple things, and they could have a huge impact. Living off the grid. 1.5 billion Muslims globally moving towards green lifestyles, solar wind energy, geothermal heat, green building designs, green villages, Ubudiyya villages. Why we're all living in these big cities? Why don't we just go out 50, 60, 100 acres? You don't have to go too far out. People are doing this, by the way. Get your land, set it up, and on these permaculture, lines, we can have a whole community self-sufficient, growing our own food, having our own livestock, generate our own energy. From your livestock, you have manure, right? From manure, you can produce biogas. And that gas can, just as good as it's the most natural gas, and it's renewable. It's going on and on. And from that biogas, the leftover of that biogas, you make tremendous compost out of that. It's all manure. So you get gas out of that, and you make compost. Yeah.
So I was reading an academic article. It was about the manure recycling in West Bengal, and what they do, like traditionally, they send the little kids to collect all these manures from the road and fields, and then they dry it, and then they use it for fuel.
Yeah, they do that in Pakistan. They do that in India. You see all the villages, they got this tacked up on all the walls, right? It looks kind of nasty, but but that's what they do. And the women, they just take that and they mix it all together and they make patties out of it, like roti. And they just, put it right up against the wall. It dries up, and they use that for fuel. Yeah, that's the firewood. And you can gather all that and make compost. You can use that for fertilizer. It's great stuff. It's valuable stuff. We see it as just, but it's valuable stuff actually. All these cuttings, the grass cuttings and all the trimmings, that's all very valuable stuff. And in agriculture, that's very valuable stuff. You make great mulch out of that. You make great compost out of that. Out of these things. And here it's just thrown.
Green communities, do they exist here in California or anywhere in the
Well, we have a group in Sacramento that are now looking for land to do something like this. We got a group down in my area in Tustin, and there are also some two couples that are involved in that. They're also in the process of looking for that. So people are thinking like this. But non-Muslims, yeah, they're doing it. We Muslims were the last people to think about these things, unfortunately. But we should be. There used to be a community, which I haven't visited them, but I heard about them. There was one Palestinian sheikh who was somewhere, up in, I think, past Mill Valley somewhere. And they had a kind of a community like that. They were doing stuff like that. Back in the day, back in the 60s, our hippies, we used to have the concept of the hippie communes. But, they'd all be, blasting out their minds, and it was like, they were just, it was kind of a khayali thing. They didn't really know what they were doing, so it didn't work. They go there and, it's not like you have some kind of pipe dreams. There's a lot of hard work involved. There's technology involved. Technology doesn't mean you have to have silicon. It means how you do things. There's a technology, there's a method for doing it. Yeah. So now we have that technology, we can do that. Yeah. Amish, great example, absolutely.
They do all these things.
And they go to the extreme. I mean, they don't have electricity, period, right? Yeah. No cars, no, it's wrong. You might say they've gone to the extreme, but extreme requires extreme. Rat al-fi'l, as they say, yeah.
There's a documentary called The Biggest Little Farm.
The Biggest Little Farm.
Yeah, it's actually in LA, like just north of Simi Valley.
Oh yeah?
One couple from Santa Monica, the husband was a documentary filmmaker, and they didn't have a space in their apartment for their dog, so they went and bought a 200-acre property.
Their dog.
They started cultivating.
That's America for you. Yeah.
They started cultivating, and actually all these things you mentioned about multicultural.
So the dog initiated, he was the means of all that. Okay, good. So,
all natural
Send me that link, I'd like to, I grew up in West LA, actually, Santa Monica, right down the street. In fact, Santa Monica Boulevard and Beverly Glen, that's where I grew up, West LA. Yeah, okay, so, seriously, so we should really think about these, I call them Arbudia villages. If I would have stayed in Pakistan, I had a whole plan to make one, something like that, near my place in Hawke's Bay. I had this 30, 40 acres I wanted to get and start that. I couldn't get people to really buy into that idea. But now, this was some years ago, but now, alhamdulillah, some of my young friends and colleagues, they have actually these ideas have been kind of progressed. And actually there's 10 areas in Pakistan where they're trying to start these kind of things. Yeah. And so it's picking up. So, as we say, keep a positive attitude. There's always hope. Never lose hope. But most mu'min is, always has a positive attitude towards things. And inshallah, with intentions in Allah Ma'al we have good intentions, then Allah wants, good things to happen. He puts good intentions in our minds and hearts. And then He does it. It's He that's doing everything, right? And even intention is Allah's creation. So Allah give us tawfiq for all that kind of thing. Demo sites. As I said, like my little place in Hawke's Bay, it's just not ideal. There's a lot more we could be doing and could have done, but to some extent we have a little site. So every little place that we have it's a possibility that and these kind of, if we have a little village like that where we're doing all those things, and most importantly, because we're not here to eat, right? I mean that's a necessity, but let's do necessities in the best possible way. But actually, the whole community to be a community of Arbudia. So when we have our own little communities, so we can have our own school systems, we don't need to buy a plot for $6 million. We have our own, we make our own education system. We have our own rules and regulations. Just like a gated community, they have their, their rules and regulations. You want to live in that community, you have to abide by those. Nobody has a problem with that. It's not like we have a problem with anything or breaking any laws. We just have our own, values and our own, principles that everybody has to abide by. Everybody would have their own little kitchen garden, and then we'd have collective larger crops and livestock and fuel generation, et cetera, and we can do that, right? So who's ready for that? Inshallah. Inshallah, let's do it. Okay, so engage, let's get people, get scientists in. We got all that here. This place is rich of all these people are so talented and educated, have, expertise in so many things. We can, get all these people together. Somebody's a scientist, an engineer, somebody's an entrepreneur, somebody's got capital. Okay, here's where we can, employ all these different types of people. And when you get this abilities like that, the ideal is that you have, say, 20, 30, 40 families, and you have all different types of people doing different things. You got a carpenter, you got an electrician, you got educators, you got sheikhs, you got whoever. So everything that you actually need in the community, you've got people that can do all of that. But they all have these basics, of natural living, and then how to, do that. They all are on the same page with that. So it's very doable. And people are doing it. Our teacher in Australia, Jeff Lawton, anybody who saw that? Anybody did their homework? Who looked up permaculture and looked into Jeff Lawton? You see that? His farm is Zaytuna. These people, they go there, they keep coming there again and again, and he has these permaculture design courses that he does there. In 2 weeks, you can learn all of these things. So it's a huge place, and people are coming from all over the world learning these practices, and we've got this in various places. We have some places here in America, we have all over the world now. So we can actually learn these things and do it. Okay? Waste. وَلَا تُسْرِفُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُسْرِفِينَ. Do not waste. Verily, Allah doesn't love the wasteful. How much waste are we producing here, everywhere for that matter, but particularly in the West. Allah doesn't love the musrifin, people who waste. Because waste means we don't have regard for the ni'mah, for the blessings that Allah gives us. Product of consumerism. You go into these supermarkets, there must be 10 million different things. not 5% of which is really necessary. And what's interesting is, and it's horrific, the lower the income level, the less utility you'll find in what you find in the stores. When you go down to the ghetto, there's nothing which has any benefit for anybody. You know, down in the ghetto, you don't have Whole Foods and Trader Joe's and Sprouts and, you know, you got the corner store, liquor store, and you got, you know, and these poor people, you know, what they're eating and what they're drinking and what they can't even afford. Now it's in Pakistan. Now in Pakistan, 400 rupees for a kilo of tomatoes. Why is that? You know, we've got all this land, we've got all this. What's going on? Consumerism, and you know, there's a whole study behind it. What's going on? So ultimately, as I've said, if we really want to be able to get out of it, we need to get out of these cities and start doing these things. Try to, you know, produce our own little enclaves, our own little communities. Consumerism, overconsumption. Just go into our wardrobes. How much clothing do we have? Ladies are all smiling. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm not certain, but I believe that fast fashion is the second most polluting industry after coal and fossil fuels.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
There are rivers in China that run dye, the dye color that is the fashion color of the season, they run with that color.
Yeah. I'll tell you an interesting story. You know, we went to, from Pakistan, we went with the Tablighi Jamaat, right? You know, Tablighi. So we went, it was a ladies' Jamaat also. So 4 couples, we went to South America. Now, one of the fellows in our Jamaat, he was actually a cloth trader in Karachi. You know, the Kapra market. Anybody's seen that? It's a very interesting place to see. That's really a study, that Kapra market. I knew those markets, these traditional markets. You got 10 billion people selling the same thing. The shop is about this big, and the guy's making millions sometimes. Anyway, so he's quite well-to-do. He had a little shop, but he used to have very well. So for that journey, he made a whole set of suits and, you know, clothing to take on the journey. And but when we go on the journey, we usually keep one spare, you know, cloth, you know, one spare change of clothes with us. Because suppose you get separated from your baggage, then what? You're gonna be in trouble. So at least have. So what happened? We get to Trinidad. We went from Karachi first to Trinidad, and his bags didn't show up. The Kapra wala. He's got all these new clothes. None of them came. And all he had was this extra one thing. Now, the whole 4 months that we were gone, that's all he had. So his bags never showed up. When we got back to Karachi, they were still sitting in the airport. So what he said, you know, that was from Allah. That was the lesson that I learned. That was part of it, going in the path of Allah. He said, no, I learned that I don't need except 2 changes of clothes. You're wearing one and another one, you can wash it. So why do you need more than, you don't need more than that. Imam Ghazali says that. You know, people say halal is very difficult. Where are we going to find halal? Halal, there's plenty of halal. But when, you know, we have to, you know, drive a new car every year. We have to refurnish our house every 2 years, and we have 300, you know, suits of clothes, and we have to have a fridge and freezer and pantry full of stuff. Then yeah, halal of that level, that's going to be difficult. But if we really lived a life of necessity, and after all, our real necessity is when we go into the grave. We're so busy with these things that we think are necessities, which none of it is. Somebody came to my house in Karachi and said, oh, what a simple life you live. How do you live? I said, what are you talking about? There's nothing simple. And so, did any Sahabi have a wall like this? Did he have, you know, a floor like this? Did he have a fan on the ceiling like this? You know, we live in such extravagance, which is mind-boggling, and we think we need all of this stuff. Without the phone, if I forget my phone, you know, no phone. How can I get through the day, you know, how can I get through the hour, you know? The president of the United States didn't have one of these 20, 30 years ago, and he ran the country better than they do now, that's for sure. Yeah. So all of this stuff, you know, we think that we need it, you know, we don't really need it. We've been psyched into thinking that we need all this stuff. So that minimum, you know, the minimal movement, you know, that's interesting. But actually, that's how people used to live. So, and colonialism and waste, that's another interesting one. Get into that a lot. If you look into colonialism and how that produced a waste consumer culture, you know, and then wherever colonialism was, then all the people who are under colonial, they want to be like the colonialists. We want to be like them, you know. We were fine the way we were, but now we want to be like them. They've washed our brains, and we think that that's what we need to be. And it's just a total mess. So the cleaning up of all of this after all this time is quite a dilemma. So, okay, we've got all this various wastes, you know. So organic waste, we can, you know, we can recycle and we can do things with it. Plastic waste, what are you gonna do with that? You know, it won't biodegrade, you know, for the next tens of thousands of years. You know, glass, metal, electronic, all this electronic junk. Ultimately what's going to happen to the environment? Where are you going to put all this stuff? You know? Yeah.
Jake, I have some good news. The Smithsonian Magazine just published an article. An 11-year-old girl developed a plastic bottle that you can eat.
Well, it's certainly not plastic then.
Yeah, it's not plastic, but
Yeah.
it's a bottle that can be eaten.
That's great. Yeah, we need to do stuff like that. That's good.
Yeah.
In fact, my friends brought me something from Trader Joe's, and it seemed to be a plastic bag that said this is compostable. Oh yeah, so it must be something else. I don't know if that's really true. But yeah, so if we start using our brains, you know, in a positive way, rather than how can I maximize my, you know, my turnover and return on investment, how I can, you know, use my brains to make a better, you know, a better environment so that we can put our focus on what we're really supposed to be doing here, which is preparing ourselves to meet Allah, rather than filling up our bellies and fulfilling our desires, you know. So Allah give us all tawfiq. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot we can talk about. I think you all get the idea.
There's a question here, sir.
Yeah.
So, not the Smithsonian thing, they put that sugar.
Huh?
Put that sugar, so. The Smithsonian thing, put that sugar, so.
I'm sorry, Ken.
The bottle of the water thingy, put that sugar. It's probably made of sugar. Oh, made of
What's that?
The bottle of water that,
It's made out of
it's
sugar.
probably made of sugar. Yeah.
That's not too cool. Well, we'll find something better. So that's your job. You come up with something better. Inshallah. Anyway, good try. Waste separation, composting, these are all concepts, inshallah. Yeah, so this, you know, global warming, where's that coming from? We're doing it. Deforestation, desertification, you know, forests are turning into deserts. Acidification of the oceans, you know, the salt levels even are raising in the oceans. I mean, we're just messing up everything. And we don't have to be doing that. And if we become a little bit more aware and take some action, you know.
Well, I guess the question here.
And you know, there's a tipping point also, mind you. You know, if you go too far, it just, you know, like, you know, 4th stage cancer, then there's no way out. Yeah.
I guess the question here for the rainwater that you're collecting, because there are toxins in the air, is that rainwater then safe?
Well, it's a lot less than toxins underground, I'm sure of that, you know. You know, it's like, you know, one of the poets back in the 60s, look out, kid, you're gonna get hit, you know. So regardless, you know, there's going to be some, because we've just messed up everything, you know, but I would imagine it's gonna be less than, you know, the toxins you got roaming about on the earth.
You have to still boil that rainwater?
Hmm?
Do you still have to boil the rainwater?
Well, I don't, but you know, I haven't done a thorough research, I haven't analyzed it, I don't think I would. And again, if you've got a strong immune system, you know, it's all in your body anyway, it's dealing with processing. You're breathing that air all the time. And, you know, do the best you can do, you know. But fear Allah as far as you can. Yeah. bear through moments. So we've talked about all these things, apply what we've learned here. Okay, what can we do about what we've learned, do it individually. Okay, let's look a little bit into, how much time do we have, by the way? What time is Asr? Do people pray their Asr? Huh?
They combined Asr and
Yeah, well, some people, they might have done that, maybe some didn't. I personally didn't, so,
But
yeah.
if you are in the masjid and you prayed with them, you still have to pray.
Well, there is an opinion, and there is a hadith, and that did take place, and the Prophet ﷺ mentioned that I didn't want to call people again through the muck, because people used to, you didn't have nice paved, we didn't have, Mercedes and BMWs and nice new Toyotas to come right almost to the door of the masjid. I mean, it's not too difficult anymore. The rain is not producing that much of difficulty, but nevertheless, rain is the thing. But generally in those days, the rain would fall, there would be muck, there would be, mud, and going through that is quite difficult. And, yeah.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول حي على الصلاة حي على حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Okay, yeah, so finishing it up, so yes, technically, that is an excuse for combining the stuff, but As I said, in the old days, it was quite difficult, to trek through all that mud, and maybe it's not so difficult now, so. Nevertheless, it is technically an excuse, but personally, I didn't combine.
But
I
if
thought
you-
I'm gonna be here anyway, so there's no need for that. Yeah,
But if you pray with them, and then when Asr comes, and you are still in.
well, if you prayed with them and, you're of that opinion, then you've prayed, class. If you feel that you're not certain that that's going to be acceptable, then do it again, no harm. Yeah. So personally, I knew that I'm gonna be sitting here anyway, so I'm not going anywhere, so there's no reason for me to combine the two, particularly when there might be a difference of opinion on that. Yeah. Okay, what time is Salat actually? 3 o'clock. Oh, okay, so let's jump into permaculture, right? Which is another presentation. Let's move on to this one. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Permaculture, from unsustainable greedy decline to sustainable, abundant, generous incline. Kind of my own poetic rendition of the concept, yeah. So that's really what's happening. Because of our greediness, we've just destroyed the environment, and so everything is being destroyed. So the whole idea of permaculture is to, understand the natural system of how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created the universe and all the various ecosystems, macro, micro, and understand them and work with them and develop more abundant. There's plenty, abundance in everything if we take the right approach with the So true wealth, and when we talk about true wealth, the wealth above all wealth is the wealth of Iman. And that's, if we have that wealth and we have nothing else, then we're gonna be fine. We might be tortured, we might be burned alive, but if we leave the world with Iman, then we're gonna be fine for eternity. So that is really the true wealth. As for physical wealth, also, it may not be what we perceive. True wealth, my bank account, my assets, the lands that I own. Actually, the true wealth is pure, clean, abundant food, water, and air. Right? That's really, and if you don't have this, if you don't have clean and abundant food, water, and air, then what is all this other physical, assets going to do for you? Nothing. Okay. Very interestingly, in that context, I don't know if probably not many of you are around in the early 70s, but there was a fellow by the name of Howard Hughes. Hughes Aircraft, you might have heard of that. He was a very wealthy guy. And I was in a grocery store with the supermarkets, and I was in the checkout line. And these Inquirer and all those kind of magazines, those, what do they call those? Tabloids. Tabloid kind of thing, yeah. So it showed a picture of this guy. Howard Hughes dies of starvation. And the guy looked like somebody like in Africa or in India or somewhere, died of actually. He's all shriveled up and emaciated. This guy's one of the wealthiest men in the world. So what happened to this guy? SubhanAllah. So what happened is, SubhanAllah, Allah bidhkirillahi tatma'innul qulub. Itminanul qulub, peace and security of heart is only in the remembrance of Allah. It's not in things. So this fellow, what happened was basically that he just started getting paranoid of everyone. And when you have all these things, you have stuff, then, I had a friend in Karachi, in my building, and he had a brand new Toyota Corolla, which was a big deal in Karachi back in those days. And then this old beat up car, I forget what that was, some Suzuki or something. And he never used to drive that new Toyota. He'd always drive this old beat up car. I said, why, you had this new car, why did you? He said, if I drive the new one, then people are gonna look at it and maybe somebody's gonna steal it and maybe I get the evil eye. Why did you buy it in the first place? You're better off, right? But that's how it is. So when we have all this stuff and all these assets and all this wealth, now we have to protect it. We have to worry about people try and take it from us and so forth and so on. So it becomes a burden. Huh? We're not enjoying it. Again, there was a guy in my mahalla, the same mahalla in Karachi. So, interestingly, when I first got to Karachi, we used to have this, those who are from, who's from Karachi? Or knows Karachi? Yeah. So Jail Road, right? Jail Road, yeah, right? Because there's a jail there. It's from the British time. Big wall, and it's got this big, it's got this big barbed wire fence and these cameras and lights and, inmates in. On the other side is society, meaning what? Housing society. It was a very posh area at one time. To some extent, still is, I guess. And there, you see the same scenario. Big walls, barbed wire. And so what's the difference? They're in jail and they're in jail. What's going on? And perhaps the guys that are actually in the real jail, they're sleeping more comfortably than these guys. They're always where somebody's going to break in on them. So what's the point? So that's, Now, we had a guy in our mahalla, all he had, for what we could see, this guy had a bicycle and he had a blanket and he had a pillow. They used to keep on the, back of the bicycle, you got the rack. And then the night after Salat al-Isha, he used to park his bicycle, put his thing on the sidewalk, lay down and sleep. He asked this guy, how you doing, Ifran? Alhamdulillah, like you should. I was like, wonderful. The guy's always happy and he's got nothing. He's not worried about it. People, got all these security measures. No problem. He doesn't know anything anybody wants to take. He's not worried about the evil eye. He's not worried about any of these things, right? So much of the time, all of this stuff that we've spent, first of all, we spend years to get an education to get such a job that we can get all these things, and then it becomes a wabal. Becomes a musibah on our heads. So maybe we need to rethink the whole scenario. Right? So,
Ghode bech kar sona. After selling all your horses, you can sleep well.
There you go. Yeah. Okay, so, and actually real wealth is, and so that's not really wealth. Real wealth is what's inside of us. And in terms of physical wealth, actually clean food, water, and air. Nabi Sallallahu says that a person who wakes up in the morning, mu'afan fi jasadihi, his body is healthy, mutmain fi sarbi, and in his heart he's feeling content, lahu quti yawmihi, he has something to eat for the day. Ka'annahu hizat ad-dunya wa hadafiriha. It's like he's got the whole world and everything that it contains. He's got everything he needs. You don't need more of that. So all that other stuff is baggage. It's usually going to just be problematic. And even though we think that, if I just get that house, I'm going to be happy. I get that car, I'm going to be happy. We get it, somebody's got a better one. Oh. So when we're content, contentment is the greatest wealth. Contentment. What Allah has given me, that's fine. It's also an issue, now we have this, divorce is more than marriage now. Right? Because nobody's content with their spouse, right? And why would they be content when all day long you're just seeing who could possibly have been your spouse? Before nobody would see. Men weren't seeing all these other women, and women weren't seeing all these other men, so whatever it was, that was, wow, like out of heaven. Whoever, whatever, right? But not anymore. We're always, but if I just had that. So, So anyway, so going back to our topic here, pure, clean food, water, and air. This is the real physical wealth. And healthy, efficient shelter, healthy, conducive environment, okay, meaningful social relationships. These are the physical wealth. This is, things that are really valuable to society. And true wealth, destructive forces. Monoculture, we talked about that. Industrialization. Very interesting. One American woman, she wrote, how this industrial revolution, how this brought women out of houses into factories. The whole concept now that I need a career, the women, like you didn't have a career raising human beings. I mean, that's the closest career to being a prophet. What do prophets do, by the way? Prophets raise people, they're mentors of humanity. Motherhood, that's the closest thing there is to being a prophet. You know, don't misunderstand what I'm saying here, folks, you know, but really. And you find all of our scholars and all of our great, you'll always find that where did they get all this quality from? Their mother. Father, yeah, but mother, she was the driving force, you know. Anyway, but she wrote brilliantly. She said, what happened was, in World War I, up to that time, women would never, you know, put me in a factory. Are you kidding? To below the dignity of any woman to work in a factory or working with all these men around and all this kind of thing. They wouldn't even consider that. Okay. Now, in World War I, you know, now this industrialization is starting to set in, and it was all, you know, it's all men working in these factories, and so now World War comes, and all these men are now fighting. They're in the war. Who's going to run the factory? What do we do, folks? Well, we've only got women around, so we need them to work. They're never going to come here and work. Are you kidding? But we'll find a way to get them to work. So what they did, they came up with a slick marketing program. So they came up with this big propaganda that, okay, everybody has to do their share to defend democracy and all, you know, the whole thing, you know. And so how are we going to do that? Our men are there on the front in Europe fighting, you know, and our women have to do their job, and their job is to come down in these factories and work for the betterment of, you know. Oh yeah, to be patriotic, so now we get the women to come down in the factories, which no self-respecting woman would have agreed to do previously. So now she's working in a factory like the men, and she thinks she's doing a great thing. And once, you know, they get her involved in that, and then she gets a paycheck as well, and she's making money. So it's kind of nice, right? And then and now we have what we have. So he said, so actually, this was not emancipation of the woman, this is degradation. She was in this exalted place and in this honored, you know, context, and drag her out of that and put her into the assembly line. What kind of, you know. So this whole concept of feminism is stripping women of their femininity, you know. Anyway, so this whole industrialization thing, you know, the way that we're living is just turn our whole society upside down.
Do you remember the name of the book, by chance?
What's that?
Do you remember the name of the book?
No, it wasn't a book, it was an article. I've got that article, so if somebody remind me, I think I've got it stored somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I mean, I never even thought about that. I mean, she documented that whole thing, and you know, this is what happened. Before that, you know, women would never have thought, they wouldn't accept that. Anyway, and now where we are now is subhanAllah. Overpopulation, ignorance, overpopulation. Yeah, and again, if we get late, you know, remind me, okay, ignorance, indifference, you know. So either we don't know what we're doing, we don't know what we're involved in, or we don't care. You know, like these big corporations and all that, they don't know what's going on, they don't know what the habit they're. So what is their, you know, some of these guys, well, so what about your following generations? What about 3-4 generations down the road? What's going to happen to them? That's their headache. Really? Could care less. So either we don't know what's going on or we don't care what's going on. We don't even care about, you know, as long as I get through it, you know, well, it's not going to happen, you know, it's not going to be unsustainable while I'm alive. So, you know, basically to hell with everybody else. And that's, you know, the height of, you know, inhumanity, and that's what we have today. And that's what's grave environmental problems, acidization of the oceans, depletion of the ozone layer, tremendous loss of biodiversity, you know, it's just destroying everything. Soil degradation, soil exploited for faster, bigger crops. Money, 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 money. At what expense? All these things are being destroyed. So grave environmental problems. Permaculture addresses these problems by, and we'll finish this inshallah after answer, fostering new ecosystems and working with existing ones through intelligent design. So we need to understand how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala designed, the universe, how He designed these ecosystems, understand them and work with them, understand them, enhance them, don't work against them, don't destroy them. That's what we're doing now. Even the family structure, we've destroyed that. Rebuilding soil by creating regenerative, biodiverse landscapes where plants, animals, and humans interact beneficially for the betterment of all. They're all working together. All these systems are working together, enhancing one another, rather than competing against one another. So what exactly sustainability is very interesting. So inshallah we'll break for Asr, and those who haven't prayed, and we'll do so. What time do we resume? Excuse me?
15 after
3:15? Okay. Subhanallah wa bihamdika nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Didn't turn on the AC or something. It's cold. Turn it on, it's automatic.
I know, so why would we drink? Also, travel with snow and traffic like that.
Oh, yeah, that's what she wants. Yeah. Yeah, that's my mom. Yeah. I'm sending it to you, so. No, I'm sending you the.
Also my friend, Belmont.
Oh, yeah, Belmont, that's nice.
Can you believe that?
Yeah. My mom and dad have been found very sweet. She was very sweet. You know, the other one in Muhammad, so you have to so it's last night.
Yeah. So I have 6 children, I have 3 kids. So 2006. Okay, yeah, because my son, that's you said, my son was born in 2006.
And yes, good to know.
And then I was a gap, and then I came back.
Yeah.
And you had one child.
No.
The first one was born in 2000. My second child was born in 2003. My third child was born in 2006. So that was really cool.
Yeah.
Because my sister grew up in the Russian, because I was driving over there, because my kids were studying Sunday school, and I used to teach it. So I used to drive from Sunday over here every Sunday. And I was nursing my son while in class, because I was taking a state class with my brother. And I was in Virginia, I would take his class, I would teach Islamic studies. And I could bring my children, all kinds of things.
No, I think.
I think he's a really check for the Sunday school, and he was traveling out of country at that time. I said, oh, me too. Let's make it easy for you.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
did that for 5 years. I said,
Yeah. And it's probably where we are. I mean, it's okay. Also, it's hard to think.
You know, it's funny when
against it.
at your house.
Yeah, he didn't want to see it.
This was before and after.
But basically, they didn't need it because the man
Yeah, because, yeah.
and I said, this is probably a sign. We have to eat that place. She wanted so I wanted the masjid, my husband wanted the school. But I've always been attached to things. Even when I was before the kids, I used to go to Blessing Foundation sister. I used to take my kids used to go to the Imam teaching my teachers. So always I was always connected to the big classes for 6 years here. Once I moved here in 2010, I went crazy. I started signing up for everything. My name, I went to Kenya, and then I was looking for a beauty children. So I found out, but I just joined. So by the time I moved to Sunnyvale. So it's fun to drive from Sunnyvale to Santa Clara. So I'm gonna wait for the children anyway. I never did.
Yeah.
So I was doing my studies with them. They were studying, so I had different classes, different groups, and we had 2 young children. There's me, and then there's 6-year-old here. 6-year-old here with these students. Yeah, I know. So I'm 6 years. No, but I don't want to working, right? I didn't work for my husband.
So I was the coach. So busy, Girl Scout, baseball, soccer, gymnastics, swimming every Sunday school. I was living in my car, so but I enjoyed to be with them. I enjoyed everything. Absolutely. I feel sorry for my husband. I said, you live but it's something that's a blessing that,
Is he
he worked. He worked, but I he was tiring, but alhamdulillah, you know,
Yeah. It's Saturday class. Yeah, how was
No, I was involved in their school, every day after their school. Actually, volunteering with the all the events of the year and probably very
I came in.
lots of
But now I'm retired.
Now we started, you can, but you can.
I've done,
And you come to me, and you speak to me on how to live on the beauty, I want to be nice, then you can come and volunteer. All the time. So, yeah, it's that's a. So we would like you to share this with other sisters and also stay updated on the program. So that we would put that in this. Mama, can you give me?
and I didn't know how.
I'm not either. Just put your. Yeah. I'm gonna copy this. And then I'm doing the same thing, I just sent it to you. And then you just.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
So what's that?
Yeah.
You just send it, so that's Instagram, oh, you would see. Yeah, that's Instagram. Let me get that. Yeah, this is Instagram.
سمع الله لمن
Yeah, so you're on it. Yeah, you're on it and you add it to yourself. So that means you're on the WhatsApp group, yeah. You're just gonna learn about all the different events that are happening with women's today. You just come to show up, you can show up. I don't think you can ask them any question. Yeah, you cannot ask them anything. The admin is the one who is in charge of it. Yeah, you cannot ask Oh, Navajo. Mashallah, you're everywhere.
I just like, I was straight from. And when we were like so good, yeah, that's right. That's one of the first time. And then I said,
You are amazing. And I love everything.
I'm done.
Oh my God,
I
MCC
miss
is
so
amazing.
I was so you know,
That's what I was, my heart was always, because when I grew up, I didn't have sense. My mother taught me, she taught me the way that you can understand me. And I finished to put on the middle of that. With my children, I said, I just want to see Pakistan. The way I learned it, I want to get out of here. So I asked everybody, who's in the other teacher? Who's in the other teacher? I'm looking for one. Finally,
no, you know, I know this.
and I learned from my I learned my children, they had a teacher, I did, but you know what? I had to change my sound. And my throat started hurting, but the teacher said, "You cannot repeat this." Yeah, but the way we learn,
No, you know, same what they would wrong that would do.
so
Half is stop.
it's off.
It's
Off.
It's stop.
Yeah.
It's not talking to
Yeah. So I learned every letter like A, B, C, D, like that. D, My mom tells me, oh my God, correct. She tells me to correct her. She says, correct me. She tells me.
yes.
Mom, I tell her slow down. She takes very constant. She's teaching in classes. She's behind in the testing that she and she's taking a class. I take her out to which test crazy because this one, that one, 7 a.m. still there. She's thinking of my mom is like, going on. She's more busy now. She was 40 years in UCSF. She was 40 years in UCSF. My father also worked 40 years in UCSF. Before he retired. My dad was black. And I said, just go call them, have fun, take the classes, that's fun, but don't be too much behind people that you're not gonna enjoy it.
And they've been asking me
Did you travel? My mom and dad traveled so many places. We traveled.
I did travel, but not that much. And I'm really my travel.
No, so that they would go, because they would work, even planning the time off, go here to Egypt, they went to, they went to Pakistan 4, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, they went to all the cities, India, they went to, oh my God, they went to countries, they took cruises, like Hawaii, to 2 weeks, Alaska, we went to Singapore, we did all these places, all these countries, but even I went to many, many countries and traveling.
Maybe you're not.
Catches. Shirt.
And see it as a
Shirt.
small
Good t-shirt. T-shirt.
अब जब गार्डनिंग करेंगे तो फिर वो कहेंगे हमें भी अजन
अच्छा.
small
Small.
हमारे पास 4 colors हैं green है emerald green maroon है sky blue है और
Navy blue.
and second color green
Oh,
maybe he colors
oh.
thank you
Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sit on? Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Some people are still coming. In the meantime, let's have some takeaways up to now. Some takeaways from this whole session, yeah.
Hell energy bad, heaven energy good.
What's that?
Hell energy bad, heaven energy good.
Okay, better anyway, yeah.
Better, yes.
Better.
More sustainable,
More sustainable.
but still has.
It comes with a price. There's collateral damage there as well, yeah.
I like that by collaborating with nature. That's most
Absolutely.
yeah.
Understand nature. Don't go against nature. If you're going against nature, you're going against Allah's system. It won't work. Can't do that, folks. Doesn't work. Yeah. What else?
Grow trees, grow food,
Grow trees, grow food. Absolutely. Like yourself. Okay. What else?
And make less waste.
Yeah.
Make less waste. Yeah.
Conscious, be conscious.
Yeah, usually what we do, as I said, this is generally we have more time, so then we actually, can do a practice about separating waste and putting them in, and recycling all that stuff, yeah.
We don't need much. Yeah, I think we think we do, but in actuality, like that example you gave about your brother, your friend that just survived what, 4
Yeah.
months. 4 months with just 2
Yeah.
tons of
Did fine.
subhanAllah, that's amazing.
To us, it's amazing, but the Prophet someday didn't even have that. Sayyidina Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu, one time he was late for Jummah. And so when he finally came, he said, sorry folks, excuse me, but I only had one cloth and I had to wash it, I had to wait for it to dry. So I didn't have anything else to wear. Amir al-Mu'mineen, the most powerful man on the earth at that time. And perhaps for maybe all times after the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I mean, of course, Abu Bakr in that context, it was those 2 years of the Khilafah of Abu Bakr, that was a very decisive area. During the time of Umar, and the spread of the Islamic Empire and the control that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him over that, phenomenal. The man doesn't have a second clothes to wear. The Persian an emissary came from Persia, from the side of Kisra, looking for Amir al-Mu'mineen. So where's your Amir al-Mu'mineen? He said, there he's under the tree sleeping. So then this fellow, he goes, he says, Adalta fastarahta, or something like that. He looked at this fellow, he said, you have established justice so you can sleep at ease. So that's how our aslaf were, the Prophet ﷺ left this world, and all that was there in his house was a handful of barley and a skin, a bowl, he had a camel, and that was about it. And there was some lands of his lot for Khaybar that came to his lot in the Ghazwa of Khaybar. And those lands, from those lands, his families were sustained. Otherwise, Prophet ﷺ would never spend the night. If he had anything would come into his lot, he wouldn't sleep until it was all distributed. I mean, the minimalism, to the max, the akhiri had, yeah. So that's the examples, that we have in front of us, the life of gluttony that we live, all of us are in that boat. So let us, try and, start curtailing, cutting down, rather than taraqi. Taraqi, meaning more and more. So our taraqi is less and less. So that would be, going up higher and
What
going into.
are some things we should keep in mind to cut down, to be conscious,
Well, what did we just talk about?
buy less?
Buying less. But when we go into the store, for example, there's two things. One, if we go into the store, we have, we want to buy something. First of all, let's ask, do I really need that? And second, if we think that, think about this. On the day of judgment, Nabi Sallallahu says that the foot of the slave is not going to move. You're going to be in your place. You're not going to be able to move until you answer 4 questions. Number 1, what did you do with your life? So that we dealt with that from last night. Why am I here in the first place? So what do I do with my life? How did I spend my life? And then specifically, how did you spend your youth? When you get my age, it's all over. Okay, now it's go basically thought Allah, and get ready to go. I did what I had to do, I did what I wanted to do. And, so that person who realizes this in his youth and brings himself under the control of Islam and follows the way of the Prophet Sallallahu and doesn't let himself get carried away with youthful passions. What he's among those 7 people who will be under the shade of the Arsh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. 7 of those categories under the shade of the Arsh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Is Shab Nasha fi ibadati Rabbi, a young man who grew up, young man or young woman for that matter, who grew up in the worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in that youth. So, what did we do with our life? What did we do in our youth? Where did we earn? And where did we spend? Now, some of us are, concerned with where did we earn halal, but where do we spend? Mubah. It's all jais. We didn't spend on haram, but we have 20,000 times more halal than what we needed. So what's that? So we're going to have to give an account for that. A friend of mine, actually one of my former students, who was later on became Imam in South Africa, so we're visiting South Africa, we're in this area. So one of his, in his congregation, young man, pious young man, and all that, but he was quite well-to-do, and he used to drive a Porsche, which is an expensive car in South Africa with all the duty and all that. It was extremely expensive. So he said, look at this guy, he drives a Porsche. What do you say about that, Sheikh? So what am I going to say about that? So I said, well, if you think that you can stand in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and when he asks you, you spend all this money in this Porsche, do you have a viable reason for that? If you think you have a good excuse or a good reason that you bought that car and you can answer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I suppose it's fine. If not, maybe you need to rethink that. After all, that car, probably I could buy 10 decent Toyotas for that, I could have had a nice car and given 9 in charity or, So we need to think about, where we're earning, yes, and where we're spending as well. Because we're gonna be able to account for that. Where did we spend? Where did you earn and where did you spend? So when we go to the store, am I ready to answer in front of Allah? Yeah, Allah, I need this, Or no, I didn't. So what am I going to say? Yeah. And it's all relative, Also, we have this concept in Sharia, urf, like for the woman, for a woman, the mahr, we have this mahr mithal. So what is her mahr? So where does she come from? She's from the United States in Silicon Valley. It's quite a different thing than, in a gaon in Chatral, something, So standard of living is that's the standard, it's the medium, There was a fellow, he came to Pakistan from South Africa, a very wealthy businessman. And in Tabligh you're supposed to learn, simple life and all that. So this guy came with South Africa with his personal servant with him. And, hey, come on, what's that? He said, wait, you don't know. He sacrificed 9 others, and he had 10 personal servants, and he only kept 1 with him here. So for him that was a big sacrifice, right? So it's all relative, So the idea is that wherever we are, we can do better, People are billionaires, millionaires, and so everybody's going to try and move. So taraki, advance, would be to try and minimalize a sustainably way, and as Osman says, don't keep your hand stuck to your throat. In other words, don't be so greedy, and hold on to everything, like it's for dear life. At the same time, don't just spend it all and then oh, wait a minute, my own expenses, my family's expenses, So moderation, and gradual, sustainable, moving in a particular direction. So we, start looking in, and I would suggest, because most of us probably are families, mothers and fathers, and maybe have children, so we start saying, okay, we're gonna do this, and the children, hey, wait, what's going on, So that's going to be a problem. We're going to have rebellion, maybe. So we don't want to cause a situation like that. So best to share these concepts with the whole family and get the whole family on board. And then you can make it like a family mission. Okay, how are we going to become more, sustainable as a family? That would be a great family project, right? How can we, let the kids come up with their own, okay, how can we, reduce? And they'll come up with great stuff. They always do. Right? Just get them moving in the right line, the right thinking, just get them initiated and they'll come up with great stuff. So it could be a very good exercise. Wallahu. Yeah.
So going back to the thing you were saying earlier about not being stingy, so I hope I'm not wrong, but like in Surah Isra, when I started and when I started يدك مغلولة إلى عنقك ولا تبسطها كل البسط فتقعد ملوما مغلولا.
I'm kind of hard of hearing, so you have to speak up. All right, I won't hear what you're saying.
ولا تعجل يدك مغلولة إلى عنقك
ولا تبسطها كل البسط. No. Exactly, yeah. Okay. Any other things? Where's our people in front here? Huh? Where's your family? Huh? Okay, yes.
I would like to ask you, do you have a book? Have you written a book?
No. There's so many books written, and I'm just trying to, learn that.
Is there books that are written by Muslim about what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mentioned about one book that I used for also one of these books called The Green Dean. This is Ibrahim Abdul Mateen. That's a good book. And there's a lot of things. I'm going to introduce you in permaculture. There's a lot of good resources. And as I mentioned, if you just look that up, Google it. Permaculture, and particularly Jeff Lawton, has a lot of great things. And there's the whole permaculture design manual, and it talks about all of this stuff in great
I've been
detail.
following all this, but you're the first Muslim that I hear.
Well, unfortunately, but hopefully I won't be the last.
Exactly, that's what I was wondering.
Hopefully there'll be a lot more, yeah. Yeah. Okay, and actually, as I said, the main, you could say the Sheikh al-Tariqa for permaculture is a Muslim. Jeff Lawton himself is a Muslim. He's a convert, And his wife is from Jordan, his sister Nadia, yeah.
Was Jeff Lawton the person you talked about yesterday about Australia?
Yeah, yeah, he's a Muslim. Yeah.
What's his name? Jeff?
Huh?
Jeff who?
Jeff Lawton, Geoff, not like Jeff, yeah, the English style. Geoff Lawton, Lawton. Yeah, his actually Bill Muller, we're gonna look at, we'll see this whole history inshallah as we go on here. Okay, so let us begin. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So what exactly is sustainability? A sustainable system, we need this a little more technical now. A sustainable system produces as much energy as it consumes to retain and replace that system over the time life of its components. In other words, like we talked about the monoculture. So we take this piece of land, we knock out all of the systems, and we plant corn. So to keep that's not producing enough energy. It's not producing the resources that's going to replenish the soil, that's going to keep the whole thing moving sustainably. We're going to have to keep pumping more resources, more fertilizer, more pesticides, more, herbicides, and ultimately it's just going to collapse the whole system. So this is not sustainable, right? So sustainable is at least it's producing enough, it's regenerating in whatever energy or resources that it's using, so that it keeps on, keeps on carrying on, at least to the level that it is. It doesn't deplete itself. For permaculturists, sustainability is the minimum goal. We want abundance, right? So we're not going to go just for sustaining. We want it to, be more abundance. So we design to provide for our needs and create a surplus that will increase diversity and fertility within our systems. So we said, understand the natural, it's like a forest that goes on increasing, right? So we need to understand that, and understanding that, we try and enhance that and bring about even more abundance. So by collaborating with nature and renewables resources like sun, rain, we can design systems that feed, shelter, and comfort us, while not just regenerating, but actually improving on themselves, so the system is growing. Okay, so what exactly is sustainability? Permaculture is interdisciplinary whole systems thinking, interdisciplinary. So it's not just organic gardening, it's not just sustainable or green structures, it's all components that go into a whole system of, of living, which are quite a lot, which we're going to see. Embracing the complexity of ecosystemic interactions so that all needs of all functioning components, namely plants, animals, people, atmosphere, waterways, soil, all meet and are exceeded. So the needs of all of these components are not only met, but there's more abundance. It sounds kind of abstract, but we'll see how that actually takes place. So to achieve this, we mimic natural patterns. And that's why the first thing in permaculture, we learn patterns. Patterns that go on in ecosystems and in nature. There's patterns where there's design, divine design. It's subhanAllah. And looking into that, it's actually an Iman building process as well for the people that look with the lens of Iman. So we mimic natural patterns, not just gardens and food forests, but also energy systems, ecological buildings, we talked about that a little bit, waste cycles, how do we deal with waste, community structures, how we set up our whole community, that's what we're talking about, the whole community itself. And then local economies. People used to, we even have people up in the high mountains of Chaparral in Pakistan, they don't know what money is. So the crash of Wall Street had little impact, no impact on them. They could care less, But they barter, I've got milk, you've got cheese, okay. So we just trade with one another. So local economies, and so also in these type of communities that we develop, a lot of bartering would be taking place about. People. We think we need to earn all of this money. Why? To get the things. Suppose you have all these things, you don't need the money. Right? If you're growing your own food, you got your own livestock, you've got everything you need. Your education system is right there, in your community and everything. Look at how much we spend on education. To enroll our kids in a decent Islamic school, it's out of the reach unless you're really, really well to do. Of course, generally they have, concessions, but why is it so expensive for anybody? Because that's the way the system is. I mean, it's just so expensive just to live. The teacher's got to earn a salary because he's paying through the nose, and so it's a vicious cycle. So if we can get out of that, these huge expenditures, and minimalize that, it would go quite long in making it much easier for everybody. So they're all interlocked. So all of these things we can have going on and helping one another. So the term permaculture, this is the kind of the history of the whole thing. The term permaculture was coined in the early 1970s by Bill Mollison, then a lecturer in Howard University, along with his student David Holmgren. So these are the two guys that really, so Bill Mollison is the father of this, concept. It's not like he came up with new things altogether, but he just looking and consolidated what was already out there. Much of it has to do with how ancient people have always lived, how they've also cultivated, how they built, how they have lived as in their micro societies. In 1978, Mollison and Holmgren fully described permaculture in the book Permaculture 1: A Perennial Agriculture for Human Settlement. The first permaculture course was 1979 on Tagari Farm in northern Australia. That has hence become the Zaytuna Farm. And, actually it was Bill Mollison who set up. Jeff was one of his very, very good students, and then ultimately he kind of inherited the whole system and became the caretaker of that whole project. So in 1988, Mollison published the first edition, Permaculture, a Designer's Manual. And that's basically, as they said, the Permaculture Design Certificate course is derived. So when you take this permaculture design course, which Jeff teaches, that was what I took online. It takes several months online, whereas in person it's a 2-week. In Zaytuna, here they've taught this at least 2 or 3 times. There's one of Jeff's students also, and a colleague by the name of Ramiz Kent, Senior Ramiz Kent, also Muslim. He used to come and teach that course. So in person, it's a 2-week intensive. And then it culminates in a permaculture design project. So you actually design a project yourself. When they approve it, you would, apply those principles and design micro or macro, whatever type of project you would like to design. Could be an urban, could be a whatever. And then you actually get a certificate in that. Yeah.
Are architects using this manual to integrate this principle in designing the buildings?
Excuse me?
Architecture.
Yeah, there's architectural design as well, of course. The structures are also part of the whole scenario.
Has it been implemented? Are architects?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I know they are doing a lot of it, but I never heard this word permaculture.
Yeah, well, that's why I said look it up, and you're going to see all kinds of stuff.
You mean mainstream architecture? Yeah, the question is in the mainstream architecture.
Mainstream. Well, mainstream, they're just making money, right? So they would be, most of them would be least, but people are starting to think in these lines. We have a fellow by the name of Shahid Abdullah. He's considered the top architect in Pakistan. How many of you have heard of Indus Valley School of Architecture and Design? Yeah. So he was one of the founders of that. He's a good friend of mine also. I haven't seen him in a long time. But he's into this kind of stuff. He designs stuff like that. Yeah, he's really good, mashallah. And so we have people like that that are doing that. But of course, the mainstream is mainstream. How do we make money? So if we can make a lot of money here, you'll see among these videos, you can find a house that is designed for $500. A functional, very nice house for $500. You can just see that. One of the videos that you'll see on that.
Here in the US.
This was probably in Australia, but Australia is very simple in the United States. Very simple stuff. Like in Pakistan, in the villages, they make a house in a day. If there's an earthquake, it knocks all the houses down. Well, it's not that big of a deal. Hopefully nobody was under those houses, but that's the major thing. Otherwise, the whole community will get together and they'll build the guy the house. It's made out of mud and that's it. Mud and stones, and that's pretty much it. And it's great. Some of the nicest houses I've ever seen in my life were I became Muslim in Ethiopia, by the way. And in Harar, I remember in many all these villages in Ethiopia at that time, it was 50 years ago. But all the houses were made of mud, and they were beautiful and clean and efficient, warm in the winter, cool in the summer. And the feeling of being in those houses, even, they're made out of mud. So you want to make an almari, almari like a closet, you just make it out of mud. Just make the shelves and put something in. And you can do that in a couple of days. How much is that going to cost you? Nothing. The dirt's right there, just mix it with water and you got a house. No, but we need all of this stuff. Right? So yeah, so we can actually do that. So yes, there are architects that do these kind of things. Yeah.
Chuck, are there any prerequisites for these courses?
What's that?
Are there any prerequisites for these courses?
Prerequisites is you want to do it. That's what it is. Yeah, that's all it is. No, you don't need it. In fact, now you have permaculture is taught in universities now, all over the world. And here, you can get a permaculture degree, in various universities here in America. Yeah, probably here in the Bay, they probably have it. So that manual, it's basically 14 chapters. As I said, now it's taught to thousands of NGOs, government departments, universities all over the world. India is much more advanced than Pakistan. They've got much more centers, but we've got non-Pakistan people starting to get into this. So permaculture is a multidisciplinary practice that integrates land, resources, people, environment into mutually beneficial, no waste, closed loop systems. In other words, everything is connected to everything else. Your structures are connected to the land, and the land's connected to the energy, and the energy with the water supply, and everything is, so it's all, recycling is all in a synergy, closed loop systems, such as seen in nature. In a forest, you don't have the department of this, and it's all working together beautifully, and all this tremendous chaos is coming out of it. So it also applies holistic solutions to contemporary problems in rural and urban settings both. It's not just if you're living right in the city, if you got a little apartment in Brooklyn, we saw the guy, you can grow stuff in your house. You can use it, if you don't have sun, you can use artificial lighting. You can grow microgreens and have a flourishing business. Now they got containers. You can get it. They turned containers, cargo containers, right? Horizontal gardens. They've got you can make a few $100,000 in microgreens in a container now. So there's all kinds of things that you can do, focusing on multi-topics, including agriculture, forestry, water harvesting, renewable energy, eco-building methods, waste management, animal systems. We call that the chicken tractor. Because those chickens, I said, you just get the chickens to do the work. They go in there and they clean out all the weeds, they clean out all the insects, and they're getting fed and it didn't cost you a dime. And you get a lot of eggs out of that too, right? So knowing these things, the simple things that we learn that, there's economics involved, there's technology involved, and community development. So the heart of permaculture design are 3 simple ethics, which collectively help to guide our behavior towards cooperative, productive systems that benefit people and the planet. Earth care. Our designs consider all living and non-living things in the environment. Now we're out of force, where people are starting to think about it because it's destroying us as well. But we should have been thinking about that all along, taking care and being the stewards that we've been designated to be by this one, aiming to enhance and preserve rather than deplete and degrade. People care promotes self-reliance and community responsibility. Right? We care about people. It's like now the golden rule used to be, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. But now it's do unto others before they do unto you. Unfortunately, it's not even funny anymore. That's really the way it is, and we need to change that. Care about people. For example, we have in companies, we have HR departments. What does that stand for?
Human resources.
How does that sound?
Horrible.
Doesn't it? Is the human a resource? You're like, okay, I'm a factory owner, so I've got a building, I've got some capital, I've got machines, I've got some human beings, you know. That's how it is. So the human being is just a gear in the machine. Whereas the human being is for the, that's why I went to a textile university, asked me to speak. I said, tell me something, are textiles for human beings or human beings are for textiles? What do you mean? So what it looks like, human beings are for textiles. You know, the human being is there to produce the product, which is to produce revenue generation from which we extract profit, right? So you're just a tool in the process, you human being. Whereas it should have been the other way around. The job and the task is to develop the human being. He's the one that we should be. You're all shepherds responsible for your flocks. So if you're a CEO of a company, all these people under you, you are responsible first and foremostly of the development of your people. And if your people are developed right, you're going to do stellar anyway. That's what a Muslim is. A Muslim, you know, used to, for example, you know, there's an example that of the comb maker. They say that the original combs were first made by the Prophet Sheep, alayhi salam. They said that's what he used to do. Like Dawood alayhi salam used to make mail, you know, he used to make the armor, the mail. You know, they say that Sayyidina Isa alayhi salam was a Najjar, he was a carpenter. At least that's the Christian tradition. But they used to have trades, and those trades they used to see in perfecting their expertise in those crafts, actually developing themselves. So examples were like the comb maker in Morocco. He would recite Quran and he would make every tooth of the comb, you know, focusing on actually perfecting his own quality as well. He's looking behind that whole system. So his craft is actually learning, you know, and developing the expertise of that craft actually was an exercise in developing his own personal excellence. So that if we have a company, we have people working for us, those people in those occupations, in those crafts, in those, you know, in those capacities, they are to be developing. And we're to see that they're developing as better human beings. The fact that, you know, that the modus operandi might be the production line, it might be the marketing department, but actually the developing of those people is first and foremost. So therefore, we have a whole system called the Argubia business model. Okay, another homework. Look this up. Okay, ubmtrust.org. ubmtrust.org. Did you find it? Where'd you find it? Yeah, what is it? Obudia business model. So this is something Azam was helping us on this. He was part of that. It was about 40, 50 people engaged in this. And this took place out of my place in Hawke's Bay. They used to come out every quarter. So what I did was I contacted all these various people. I had this little business also. And the idea was these concepts to try and develop a whole model, you know. So I found other people that were also doing different things along these lines. And so we converged at one point, and then for about 3 or 4 years, we kept converging, and then ultimately this model was developed. And so the whole, because everything we're supposed to do is, as we said yesterday, everything we do is supposed to be Ubudiya, right? So we think, oh yeah, that's in masjid, that's in being charity, but in business, come on, you know, we're here to make money. What do they teach you in business school? What's the object of business? Harvard Business School, what do they teach you? Maximize, they say it nicely though, very elegantly, maximize shareholder value. Yani, fill up his pocket as much as you can. That's what it's all about. That's all. That's ridiculous. Human beings are on the planet just for that. And and we consider that to be something, you know, lofty and you know, it's crazy, you know. So our whole concept is we are stewards, you know, and if we have people under subordinates, then we are responsible for the development. And in these contexts, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives us opportunities for that development process. And if we take the opportunity and work in it, it's a means of getting closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So every action in business processes should be an act of worship, if we know the principles. So that was the whole idea of this model, and so you can look into that, and that gives you an idea. And all sectors of endeavor, you know, all sectors of human engagement need to do something like this. You know, I think this is a very important thing. This is something to think about in Zaytuna schemes. You know, how to develop systems to facilitate people to live a life of ubudiyya in the context of, as we did in business, what about in agriculture, in military, in education, in medicine, you know, every sector we need to, you know, what are we doing here? How do we make this, you know, whatever we're doing in the sector a life of servitude? And every action that we're engaged in has to, you know, align with that, and then it becomes worship rather than just a means of, you know, filling our pockets and stomachs. So people care. And lastly, return of surplus from successful designs in which abundance is returned to the earth. So our system is not only we're taking out from it, but it's generating abundance that we get our needs out of it, and there's surplus that goes back to the earth, it goes back to the people, it's being used, you know, it's being shared with other components in the landscape, you know, in the you know, people, animals, earth. So this abundance is, you know, fulfilling our needs, and it's also being given back, you know, to the environment. So to apply these ethics, we must understand the web of life where systemic cycles, flows, and interactions occur with natural design systems. How is what has designed all these, how they work. As we said, the forest is the classical example. A rainforest. I mean, what's going on there, you know, and nobody's doing anything there. No human being is engaged. It's all just generating amazingly. So we need to study that. Why? What's going on here? So we can replicate that, enhance that, and this is what basically permaculture is. Earth care, people care, fair share. Okay. So it's 14 chapters. Introduction, concepts and themes of design, methods of design, pattern understanding. These are very interesting patterns. If you look in there, you know, everything's got. Have you ever seen a snowflake? It's unbelievable. Huh? And every snowflake is different, by the way. It's like fingerprints. No snowflake is the same. There's patterns. And we find in creation there's different basic patterns, spirals, there's different types of circles, and there's different types of patterns that you'll find in various things. And so a study of that, you know, is going to do us well. If we understand that, we can replicate that. So pattern understanding, climate factors. What works in Northern California is not going to work necessarily in Southern California, much less the Southern Hemisphere or another continent. Near the ocean, interior, high elevation, low elevation. So we need to understand all those things. Trees and their energy hold, as we mentioned earlier, the importance of trees being the basis of ecosystems. Water, soil, earth working in earth resources. You know, you can make a house, and you'll see that if you look at those permaculture videos. They made this house, and what do they call that house? Rocket house or something like that. They just carve out the earth, and you take the earth and just build it up over, you know. So you're basically under the earth, and the earth that you took out from the hole of it, that becomes the walls and the roof, and you can put some glass and some things in, have natural heating and natural cooling. Obviously, it's under the earth, and so, and what did it cost you? Almost nothing, you know. There's ways that you can do air conditioning by just putting pipes down into the ground where there's cool air from lower, you know, inside the ground, and have that, you can have leverage that air to go in here and cool without any electricity whatsoever. to heating. So there's a lot that you can actually do. And actually traditional peoples used to do that. But now since we got electricity and it's not, can't plug it in, forget it. But there's other ways of doing it. Humid tropics and the various types of climates that we have. The humid tropics, dry land strategies, where you got a lot of humidity, that's one problem. Another is you got this arid, extremely dry climate, how do we deal with that? Humid, cool to cold climates, agriculture. You can grow 10 times more in water than you can in land. And traditional peoples used to do this. You'll find they put like these chatais kind of a thing. They put like a little thing that will float on the water and they plant and the roots go right into the water. You've got fish inside the water that are excreting the excrements of the fish, and other elements are feeding these plants and they're growing prolifically. You can do that with a little pool. So a little pond, you might be able to produce what 10 acres, would produce. So the agriculture is a fantastic field, and much, this can be highly exploited in this whole concept now that we're restrained with food shortages and food constrictions. This is a tremendous potential here. Strategies for an alternate global nation. For the last chapter, how do we make societies? How do we make a whole, society and culture out of that? What we're talking about, these big little villages. And traditional people didn't live 25 million people in one congested area. They lived in little hamlets or enclaves, villages. And they had all the, the necessities to sustain, their themselves within their close radius. And so in a small village, a permaculture designed village, you would have five zones. Your 0 zone where you live, your house, and then zone 1 right around your house where you will grow, your kitchen garden. That you're eating basically every day, you're growing right there around your house. And then you have a zone 2, which you'll have larger, vegetable systems, tree systems, and then 3, you'll have more crops, and then 4, grazing areas, and then 5, forests that you just leave alone, you don't touch. You study it, you learn from it, you enjoy it, you marvel at it. So you have 100 acres and you make it into these zones, and you've got everything going on. And in that, you've got your educational system, you've got your town council, or whatever, you have your shura and everything. So you're a country within the country. And nobody's gonna bother you. You're not bothering anybody. And you make it a center and you invite people, come and see what we're doing. So, who's ready for that? Inshallah. Yeah. And then finally, the last thing they do, they have you design a project, and then you approve that, and you are a certified permaculture designer. And people make a good living doing that. You go in, somebody, they want you to, okay, I've got 50 acres, okay, come and design, the system, a whole system for my 50 acres. Or I've got an apartment in Brooklyn, show me what I can do, and so I'll design that for you. People actually, they make a living, very comfortable living, in fact, if you're good at it. Okay, we're going to show you some actual examples of real things that have happened. Okay, in Jordan, before and after. That was before, that was after. And not too far after. After 3 years, it was a lush vegetation. Stroll the desert. Here again, this is the Dead Sea Valley in Jordan. That is about as extreme and difficult environment as you'd ever want to find anywhere. And they've just done amazing things there. This is also a place where you can go and take this permaculture design course. Jeff is there every so often, And so they do that course, there. So this was, by the way, has anybody seen the movie Lawrence of Arabia? Yes. That was one of the best things Hollywood did, really. When I go on these long flights, 16 hours to Karachi, so I've seen that movie about 20 times. But it was a very interesting movie, actually, because that whole history of, Lawrence and that whole, breakup of the Ottomani, Khilafah and the whole period. But actually, where that was filmed, that's where it was actually that area. That was actually filmed in Jordan and in Morocco. And you know, if you see those mountains, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? You know. So actually, that's that same area where they filmed that. That's where that takes place. So that's what it was, and that's what it became. That's Jeff actually right there. From desert to oasis in 4 years. And you can't really see what's all going on, but you got everything growing in there, all types of vegetables and fruits and vines and herbs and types of livestock. This is phenomenal. I don't know how clear that looks, but this is in China. This is probably, what is his name? There's this Chinese guy. He's a Chinese American actually. He grew up here, but he's originally, I mean, he's Chinese ethnically, and he went to China. And I think he was the one that something Liu was his name. But you can just see this whole area. Look at this, a huge area. It was totally, you know, it was just totally arid. It was dried up. It was, you know, the people were in, you know, in adverse, you know, really abject poverty. And look what it became. You know, the whole, everything is just green, lush, you know. And so, you know, just by simple intervention, particularly what you have to start with is harvesting the water. You know, as I mentioned, harvesting the water and creating these swales and, you know, bringing up the aquifers, etc. And then everything. And then after a while, these arid places where there's no water, because of the soaking, you know, of the landscape and the water and the aquifers, you know, building up, what happens is from the higher elevations, because the water, you'll start seeing, in these arid places, you'll start seeing springs coming up, you know? Where there was no water, you know, 100 feet down, now you've got springs coming out because they incrementally over a year. Usually this takes about 6-7 years to go from here to there. So, you know, phenomenal. And looking at it, doesn't that look like some of the mountains around, you know, here around the bay?
Yes.
Why is it looking like that? Why isn't it looking like this? And how much better that would be, you know? So we can be part of that, inshallah. Yeah, here's another example, before, after. Again, this is in Africa, before in Malawi, before, after. Here's an example, you know, an urban example. It's got a backyard, so it makes, first of all, it makes a pond, and you can do so much with that pond. As I said, you can have fish in there, you can have agriculture in there, and then it became this. Look at this. Nothing, and now you get everything going on back there. You don't need a huge place also, you can, you know, whatever you have. Again, monoculture thing, and then they redo it in permaculture. You got all of this diversity going on here. It's all regenerating itself. Different tree systems, plants, etc. Here's another small urban setting. Backyard, nothing, no. It's got everything going on back there. Okay, so actually I made this presentation, you know, when I was presenting, trying to do this project. You know, these are all the problems that we have there, and so successful projects, and so. So this is where I live out in Upper Rangoat. So, as I said, we have these monsoon rains. There's no agriculture, there's no water, you know, you drill down 100, all you get is brackish water that's worse than the seawater, right? So what can we do? Okay, so then I came up with this whole idea of it. Basically, so here's what it was. So here is the sea, and back there is a mountain range. And these were, you know, I got some of my friends from the engineering university, they came out and did a survey, and we found the places, and we surveyed the land and saw the elevation, we saw where, you know, the water actually drains off the watershed. And so we came up with a design that we can, you know, make some check dams, and we can start, you know, running trenches, what we call swales, all across the landscape, and do something like what you saw in China, you know, turn the whole place into a food forest rather than an arid, you know, desolate nothing. Not only that, all that water that's coming, we can actually harvest that, and do great things with it. It never got off the ground because it didn't. Dealing with it, because this is actually government land, and there was also the nuclear power plant is also nearby, the very sensitive area. You know, these are the kind of things that you could do, and it wouldn't have been a difficult project to do. It wouldn't have been very costly at all.
Muslims did it in Cordoba, Spain.
Yeah, of course. Cordoba is a stunning example. All over if you go in Malaysia, Indonesia, and all of these places, go to South America. You can see in South America, the traditional people there, they were doing all these kind of things. That people traditionally did all those things, And we just destroyed everything. We got greedy and we want more and more, and we didn't realize that we're just ruining everything. We're not really getting more, we're getting less. Yeah. Okay, anyway, so these are places where these permaculture design courses take place. As I said, the Zaytuna, they do this from time to time. I don't know. I haven't seen this in a while. Do you have any idea what's going on?
Yeah, we were really active before COVID, and now we're trying to get back into it. We created this new club called Z-Cell, Zaytuna Center for Ethical Living and Learning. So we're trying to develop that whole entire permaculture sort of environment.
So if you see Ustad Dawood, give him my salam.
Definitely, inshallah.
I tried to get a hold of him. He's a hard guy to catch up with you.
We do archery with him.
Huh? Oh yeah, he's big into that. So. He's also a surfer.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, he used to. I don't know if he still does, but he used to surf. Yeah, so that we hit it off. That. Yeah. So yeah, he was showing me like they were. I don't know how far they got on that, but so that would be wonderful if they, and the Reese Kent was a very capable guy. Mashallah.
They provide lunch and dinner for the students, and we grow all of our fruits and vegetables ourselves, and we make it fresh.
Wonderful. That's great. You got any livestock up there? Any animals?
We got deer and turkey.
So do you
but
hunt those?
We don't hunt them. They're just there. But we have beehives, and we make honey jars.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, great. So yeah, that would be stellar. That you've got you've got a liberal arts college, and then you've got a permaculture site, and then you should do all this stuff. That's the most stunning place I've ever seen. I couldn't believe that. They took me up there, I saw the old place, and then they took me to the new place.
Oh yeah.
How did you guys get this? SubhanAllah. I mean, that's the prime property of the whole bay. I don't think anybody has a place like that.
We can see the Golden Gate from our classroom.
Yeah, you can see everything. I mean, that's just mind-boggling. That was really, really, just, and, mind-boggling. So that, I really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed seeing that. So that's what we wanted to do, and that's what we wanted to present, and we didn't have a lot of time, so I had to just kind of rush through the whole thing, and hopefully you were able to pick up some things that might be beneficial and food for thought, And so we've got a few minutes left, I think. So perhaps some reflections on this whole day's exercise.
Sheikh, before that, just wanted to mention something. There's a documentary on Netflix, Eating Your Way to Extinction. Eating Your Way to Extinction. This is about animal agriculture industry. Beef and mainly beef, and what it is doing to the environment and how it is going to kill us all. So if you would throw some light on it.
Well, I'm not aware of that documentary, but no doubt.
Yeah.
Traditional people, as we were talking about that earlier at lunch. How often do people eat meat, by the way?
Before.
Farmers, they don't eat meat. Because eating meat means we had to kill our animals. Why would you do that? The animal's giving you milk continuously, or providing, for breeding. So why are you going to, destroy that? They don't. Farmers don't do that. Still, one of my good friends is a doctor in Rawalpindi. And they come from a typical farm from Punjab. He said, we never used to eat meat. We would eat dal, and we would eat vegetables, sabziyan, and all these things, you know. And the milk, yogurt, you know, and then yogurt from the buffaloes. I mean, there's nothing like that. That's just, I don't even like yogurt here. It's just doesn't have any taste to me. We're used to that. And the ghee, you know, and all that stuff. So that's what that's traditional people have with eat. Meat, that's when you have a guest. You slaughter a goat for it, or you know, during you know an udhiyah or otherwise. But otherwise, they wouldn't. So to raise all these animals for the meat consumption that we're doing, that again, it's crazy, and it's killing us.
Yeah, but what are your thoughts on kind of?
Huh?
What are your thoughts on the meat that's not developed in the lab?
And then if you see those cows, if you see how they're, you know, if you've probably seen commercial chicken raising. Well, now they're raising cows the same way. These cows, their whole life, they're up to their knees in manure and filth, and that's, they live their whole life, and you're drinking that milk and you're eating that meat, and what they're feeding them and what hormones are being shot in and all that. Yeah.
Not to mention, there's a slaughterhouse in Columbus Junction, which is a small town near my small town. And the non-halal ways of slaughtering is just, as everyone knows, is just unbelievably cruel and inhumane.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
don't
absolutely.
care.
Yeah, well, that's one aspect of it, and the whole configuration is really skewed, and obviously it's causing. So all this, and all of it goes back to what? You know, greed. And so and greed comes from what? Wrong yaqeen, wrong iman. Why is somebody greedy? Because they think, you know, I am the one who provides for myself. If I don't have everything, then I'm not going to have anything. Well, you know, we have this in business school. They teach you, they teach you about competition, right? Market share. We need to capture our market share. Have you ever heard that? Capture the market share. Eliminate the competition. These are all war terms. Marketing strategy. Strategy is a war term. That's, you know, how do we take this hill? So that's what business is now. That's what, you know, it's a war. And eliminate the competition can be literally, you know. What do you think? These big corporations, somebody's really giving a hard time, they will eliminate you. Case in point, we had there was two doctors. One was an Afro-American and one was an Egyptian, and they were in, I think they were in Texas or somewhere. I didn't know them personally, but my good friends of mine knew them. And they came up with a very effective treatment for cancer involving black seed, which is the cure for all disease except death, right? And of course, any cancer treatment, any intervention, which our second module, physical health, and we're looking at that. Cancer it's an unnatural growth. When you're living a natural lifestyle, you're going to have unnatural growth. It's very logical. So every effective cancer treatment involves changing your lifestyle. That's the first thing you have to do. And then there's various interventions that have specifics that they focus on. So they happen to focus on that thing along lifestyle change. And it was so effective that it was getting, uncomfortable for whoever. And all of a sudden the Afro-American doctor is murdered and the Egyptian, his license is snatched and he has to flee the country. Eliminate the competition. Pharmaceutical business is not about anybody's welfare. Sorry, folks. Because it's a business, right? And business requires revenue generation, extractive value, which means we need to expand. If people are getting cured, that's not good for business. We need sick people. And the more sick people there are, the better it is for us.
Well,
COVID is.
So you're curing people? Wait a minute. Have you heard of Indus Hospital?
Yeah.
Very interesting initiative. It's a paperless, moneyless, state-of-the-art hospital in Karachi. And some of my friends actually, they started that. So our group of, and it was one Dr. Abu Badi and his associates. And so it was written up in Harvard Business School also. That how do they sustain this model? It's mind-boggling. They couldn't figure it out because they don't understand Iman. They don't understand people with charity. Anyway, but it's you go in and from A to Z, you don't have to pay anything. You want to give a contribution? Fine. Anyway, so another very close friend of mine who's also with us in the UBM initiative, he he became the business development manager of business development for that trust, because it was a trust and they wanted to run the whole thing on as a waqf. So anyway, there was an initiative to have an awareness program on diabetes. Type 2 diabetes, by the way, folks, is 100% curable. 100% reversible. I mean, that's now medical fact, because all you have to do is change your lifestyle. There was a few years back, there was a study, and within, I think it was 40 days or something like that, they put these people on a really stringent diet and all were cured. So in any case, so this family said, we want to have this awareness program and we want to sponsor. So they went to the pharmaceutical company which supplied the insulin and all those, diabetic, types of medications. So my friend said the CEO was a Pakistani Muslim. It was a multinational company, but the CEO was a Muslim Pakistani. They said, okay, we have this initiative and we want, we need a sponsor. This would be great opportunity for you, good PR for you, and you'd be doing a nice thing. And we were getting where. So the CEO says to him straightforward, he says, well, that is a wonderful thing that you hire. I appreciate that, but I'm afraid we won't be able to help you in that. Why not? Well, because after all, this is a business, and we need sick people. I don't remember exact words, but he said straightforward, we can't support you on that because that would, hurt our business, and I can't. As CEO, my first responsibility is to my shareholders. You have no responsibility to the common people, but you have responsibility to your shareholders. Are you kidding me? So that's the mentality. There was an article that somebody wrote called Responsible People Making Irresponsible Decisions, or ethical people making unethical decisions. What is he talking about? He's talking about like the classic CEO of a company like that. In his community, in his family, he's a nice guy, he's charitable, he's involved in, sitting on that seat with all these shareholders breathing down your neck, profit. We want 20% growth this year at the expense of anyone and anything, So this is 21st century capitalism, material capitalism, bereft of Iman and bereft of responsibility.
So you said material capitalism, so what do you say about some of the layoffs going on in Twitter, Amazon? I understand other companies, but like Twitter, Amazon, and stuff like that. Like at one hand, it's like people, people working there, they're not doing their responsibilities, and on the other hand, I feel like it's like they're just trying to widen the gap between the rich and poor.
Well, since you asked that question, you probably know the answer, right? So, the whole system is skewed because why? Because our intention, right? Our intentions are wrong from the beginning. The guy, I want to be a billionaire. No, I want to be a trillionaire ultimately. So why? Well, that's what I want to do. Oh, and the guy working for him, what do I want to do? I want to do the same thing if I could. So none of us have a clear, why are we here on the planet in the first place? What are we doing here? What's our responsibility? We're going to stand in front of Allah subhanahu tomorrow. Oblivious to all that. So how can you expect an equitable system without Iman and Taqwa? It's impossible. It's never going to happen. Man is going to be reduced to his animal desires, and that's what he's gonna pursue. That's what we have in the world today, in a very sophisticated manifestations, but that's what it breaks down to. We're just a bunch of sophisticated animals. Sorry, folks, but that's what it is. Yeah.
So could you like explain like how like this whole the purpose of life is not Iman, right? And then like later on earlier Iman and worship Allah, but then the thing is in the beginning of mankind, like if I'm not wrong, they were all like having oneness and everything, and then now they're doing like they're straying off, and then now they have like and because of that they have these other I was gonna say words, but anyways, they have these like things like LGBTQ and LGBTQ and stuff like that, like these dumb stuff and stuff like that, and like capitalism and other dumb things. So like why is it that like
Why is it like that?
what can we do?
What can we do? Well,
We have
what we all talked about for the past few hours, we can start doing that. And if we, we need to really focus on our objective of life and do what we know what we have to do. You can't do more than what you can do. Stephen Covey, you probably heard of him, right? He says some interesting things. He says, work in your sphere of influence. What you can't affect, okay, don't worry about it. Do what you can do.
So yeah, do what you can do. The thing is like we have people like Omar, Muslim. I think she's Muslim. The thing is she's not good. She's not good. But the point is like there's more and more Muslims going into democracy. So I feel like there is something we can do.
There is a lot we can do. So let's start doing it. Yeah. Yeah. Inshallah, we have more modules. Particularly, we want to look at the first. I would have liked to have started with the first module, which is all about spiritual development. That's where the whole crux of the matter. If that comes into place, then all this other stuff works. Therefore, we find in Makkah, we don't find Sharia, we don't find rules and regulations. We find all of that in Medina. Why? Because people weren't ready for it in Makkah. You don't even have an environment that can sustain that. It's ready to even accept that. Mankind is not ready to accept all of these concepts. Even Muslims are not ready to do that. When I first came to Pakistan, they said, we have this movement, Tanfida Sharia. We're going to enforce Sharia. I said, on who? On the trees, on the buildings. 90% of the people don't even know it. They're not interested in that. They don't want it, in fact. They're going to oppose you. In Medina, they weren't ready to accept other than what Allah wants. A woman committed adultery and she said, Ya Rasulullah, tahirni. Ya Rasulullah, cleanse me. All she had to do was go away and keep quiet and end of the chapter. No, she couldn't live with herself until she felt that Allah has now excused me, which meant that she had to give her life. She was stoned to death. Prophet said this woman has made a tawbah that if it was distributed on the people of Medina would have been enough for everybody. When you have a society with people with that kind of mind and heart, these systems work. It's only guidance for people with muttaqi. So we have to build taqwa. We have to learn how to be muttaqis. And therefore we find every prophet, that's how they worked. They worked on the hearts of people. Dawat, ta'lim, tarbiyah, dawat, ta'lim, tarbiyah. والذي بعث بالأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته ويزكيهم ويعلمهم الكتاب والحكمة. Invite them towards Allah, make them aware of Allah, make them aware of their death, make them aware of the accountability hereafter. Then tarbiyah, all greed and lust and desires and love of the world and all of these negative qualities that have been stored up and we've developed a cleansing of that, and then replacing those with these praiseworthy, characteristics, love of Allah, humility, generosity, contentment, etc., etc. Right? And then teach people what they have to do. Now they'll be able to do it. Okay? Right? So we can go on and on, but just take that and try and work with that, okay? Yeah. And then as we meet, I can come down and again move on. Let's just try and do that. So let's try and learn taqwa, let's try and learn iman, and let's try and influence others to do the same. And then when we have people that want this system, then they'll do it. People don't want to do this system, you can't force it on them. You can't force Sharia, like Rafidin. It doesn't work, you know, it doesn't work, you can't force anybody. People have to want to follow the system, and so that's what we need to do. Awareness now is actually the need of the day. Get people aware of what we need to be about, what's our object of life, how we can, develop ourselves internally, and then these external systems, inshallah, they'll be easy to do. Otherwise, it's impossible. Yeah. Any other questions, comments, takeaways? Yeah.
Just to clarify, you meant first have to do dawah and then we get more people into like the government.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Shane, I remember a story, but I don't know from whom it was. It was a scholar in Andalusia, and there was a drought, and he said to help 2 families because the people asked him what to do, because it was such a huge problem.
Mhm.
And he said, he himself set the example, and he said, we'll just help 2 families, do within your sphere of influence, exactly as you said.
I haven't heard that, but sure, why not? Yeah, absolutely. Do what you can do. Exactly. Somebody, the Sahaba, somebody would come with a date or a few dates, and the Munafiq can say, Allah, I mean, Allah doesn't need that. And there's some king, fear the fire, walau bishikka tamar. Half of a date. If you got a half of a date, give it in sadaqah. That's a great thing. And it's all relative. There was a woman, she came to Aisha radiallahu anha. She had 2 daughters. She was in need, she didn't have any. So she came, she knocked on the door, and Aisha radiallahu anha, she didn't have except 1 date. And this is the wife of the Prophet, so the most beloved wife of the Prophet. She has, in all of her possessions, got 1 date, which she probably needed, and she gave it to them. So the mother took the 2 dates. There's 3 people, there's 1 date. So what does she do? She breaks the date in half, gives half, to the 1 daughter, gives the other half to the other. She goes hungry. And then it was related to the Prophet. The Prophet was just really moved by that. He mentioned that whoever gets, has this trial of having to bring up children in this kind of situation, for them is this and this and this and this in paradise. So, and don't think that a drop in the ocean elevates the ocean to the extent of a drop. Not where it dropped, but the whole ocean is affected by the 1 drop. Even though it would be impossible to measure that by any standard, but nevertheless, the whole ocean has elevated 1 drop. So if you have 10 drops, 1,000 drops, but it's going to affect the whole. So every good thing that we do is going to have its impact, inshallah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is aware. People who do good, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not going to let their fruits, their actions go, without fruit and without the reward and recognition. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us all tawfiq, jazakumullah khair. And it was wonderful, a great group, and hopefully there will be takeaways that we can implement, and we can spread, we can share with others, and hopefully we'll meet again and have other modules, inshallah, within this course, inshallah. Subhanallah, yes.
I just want to say Jazakallah Khair again on behalf of the Sustainability Committee, and before you leave, we do have QR codes on the back of the chairs, so we did this event completely free for the community, inshallah, but just to cover our funds and to be able to have more of these, inshallah, we can invite Sheikh Hashim many, many more times in the future. However much you can give would be very, very appreciated, inshallah. And barakallahu feekum for your time.
Jazakumullah khair, it was my pleasure. Barakallahu feekum, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta wa nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk, astaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Just right outside.
Just like very easy. So you just scan it and you.